What we owe.
The standard method, a damage assessment. A standard process. 47 categories she had never been asked to count before. I have conducted post-conflict economic assessments for the hegemony 3 times before this assignment. The process is the same each time. You compile the material damage index, infrastructure destroyed, territory affected, displaced population count and duration, economic output lost over the conflict period. You apply the standard actuarial multipliers for reconstruction cost, loss of future productivity, and regional destabilization. You arrive at a figure. The other party arrives at a figure. The figures are usually far apart. You negotiate. You settle somewhere between them, weighted toward whoever has more leverage at the treaty table. You sign. You establish a payment schedule. After 4 or 5 years, the payment schedule is restructured to something more convenient. After 12 years, most post-conflict assessments result in approximately 40% of the original figure actually being transferred. This is how it works. It is not ideal. It is the system. I was assigned to the Human Reparations Working Group 8 weeks after the ceasefire. My counterpart on the human side was Dr. Amara Osai, formerly coordinator of the displacement relief operations for the human third sector, which had processed approximately 11 million displaced civilians over the course of the conflict. I reviewed her file before the first session. She had advanced degrees in both economics and what the humans called humanitarian operations. She had spent the last 4 years running supply logistics for displaced populations. She had strong opinions based on her published work about the inadequacy of standard post-conflict accounting methods. I noted this and prepared for a contentious negotiation. The first session was not contentious. Dr. Amara Osai arrived with a small team and a considerable volume of documentation. She was calm, precise, and very polite. She said she understood the standard methodology for reparations assessment. She said she had some concerns about its completeness in this case. She asked if we could begin by reviewing the categories together before we attempted to quantify anything. I said this was an unusual approach. Usually we began with figures. She said she found it was more productive, in her experience, to agree on what you were counting before you started counting. I said that seemed reasonable. We spent the first session reviewing categories. The standard categories are direct infrastructure damage, territorial occupation costs, economic output disruption, and displaced population maintenance costs. I presented these. She listened. She said, yes, those, and then she handed me a document. The document listed 47 additional categories. I looked at the first page. I looked at the second page. I looked up. She said, I know this is more than you usually work with. We can go through them.
The additional categories.
Each one was defensible. None of them had ever appeared in a reparations framework before. The first 10 categories on Osai's list were close to what I expected, with some modifications. Infrastructure damage, yes. Territorial occupation, yes. She had subdivided these more granularly than I was accustomed to, but the methodology was sound. Category 11 was cultural heritage destruction. She defined this as documented loss of human cultural sites, artifacts, libraries, archives, and irreplaceable intellectual heritage during the occupation and bombardment period. She noted that the hegemony's standard reparations framework assessed economic value for destroyed structures based on replacement construction cost. She said this did not adequately capture the value of structures that could not be replaced because what they contained, historical records, artistic work, accumulated human knowledge, was not reproducible. I said, replacement construction cost was the standard methodology. She said, yes, and she was proposing a supplemental methodology for things that could not be replaced. She had documentation. She had considerable documentation. She had a list of destroyed libraries with their holdings. She had a list of cultural institutions that no longer existed. She had estimates, developed by human academic economists, of the knowledge loss value, not what it would cost to build the building again, but what it would cost to reconstitute the intellectual heritage that had been in the building, if such a thing were possible, which in most cases it was not. I said this was unusual. She said it was accurate. I could not argue that it was not. Category 14 was scientific development interruption. She said, during the 8 years of conflict, a significant portion of the human scientific community had been displaced, killed, or redirected from research to survival functions. She had estimates of the research programs that had been delayed, canceled, or permanently lost. She had, in some cases, documentation of specific discoveries that had not been made because the researchers who would have made them had died or spent those years doing something else. I said you could not quantify discoveries that had not been made. She said you could estimate, based on the researchers' prior work and the field trajectory, what they had been likely to contribute. She said the human economists working on this had developed a methodology for it. She handed me a paper. The paper was 84 pages long. I set it aside and asked her to continue with the list. Category 19, generational life path disruption. She said, for any human who had been between the ages of 5 and 22 during the conflict, the formative developmental period, the years in which education, career formation, relationship formation, and life trajectory setting typically occurred, had been conducted under conditions of displacement, resource scarcity, or active warfare. The economic and psychological long-term effects of this disruption were computable. She had estimates. I said, you are proposing to include in the reparations calculation the long-term life effects on everyone who grew up during the war. She said, that is correct. I said, that is approximately a third of the human population. She said, yes.
Running the numbers.
3 weeks of calculation. The total grew until it no longer fit in the standard framework. We spent 3 weeks on the calculations. The standard categories produced a figure I expected, large but within the range of previous post-conflict assessments, scaled for the duration and scope of the conflict. Infrastructure damage alone was substantial. The hegemony's orbital bombardment operations had been effective, which meant they had also been expensive for humanity. Territorial occupation costs, economic output disruption, displaced population maintenance. These produced a total that was approximately 4 times the largest post-conflict reparations figure I had previously worked with. This was manageable. This was a number that could be structured into a payment arrangement. Then we reached the cultural heritage categories. OSI's team had been thorough. They had documented 1,742 cultural institutions destroyed or permanently damaged. They had cataloged the holdings. For each one, they had estimated carefully, with academic citations, the knowledge and heritage value that could not be replaced by reconstruction alone. Libraries, archives, archaeological sites that had been built over by occupation infrastructure. The single surviving copy of certain historical texts, now gone. The cultural heritage calculation tripled the total. I looked at the new figure. I said nothing. OSI said, we can move to the scientific development categories. I said, I need a day. I took 2 days. I reviewed the methodology on the cultural heritage calculation. I looked for errors, for places where the estimates were not defensible. I found adjustments I could make places where the human economists had been generous in their loss estimates, where I could justify a more conservative figure. I made those adjustments. I brought the cultural heritage total down by approximately 18%. It was still enormous. I began work on the scientific development categories. The paper OSI had given me was, as advertised, 84 pages long. The methodology was sound. I did not enjoy discovering that it was sound. They had identified 312 researchers whose work had been directly curtailed or terminated by the conflict, traced their research trajectories, and estimated what their contributions to human scientific development would have been over a 40-year career. For researchers who had died during the conflict, the estimates were marked as conservative. One of the researchers on the list had been working on a medical treatment for a disease that affected primarily children. The researchers who had known her work said she had been 2 years from a breakthrough. The estimate column next to her name said, "Incalculable minimum." I looked at that entry for a while. I added the scientific development total to the running figure. The generational life path disruption categories came next. A third of the human population. OSI's economists had been careful here. They had not simply multiplied individual disruption costs by population, but had accounted for statistical variation, for the many humans who had rebuilt effectively and the many who had not. The figure was conservative by the methodology's own stated standards. I added it. The total was now larger than the hegemony's annual economic output.
The guidance request.
Her superiors wanted a workable number. She had spent 3 weeks producing an accurate one. I sent a status report to the Post-Conflict Economic Assessment Division director. I included the running total. I included a summary of the methodology. I noted that the methodology was internally consistent and, to the best of my review, defensible. I noted that the resulting figure exceeded the hegemony's annual economic output. I requested guidance on how to proceed. The director's response was prompt. She said, "The figure was clearly excessive and reflected methodological choices designed to produce an unpayable number rather than a genuine damage assessment." She instructed me to propose a counter-figure based on standard reparations methodology applied to the material damage categories only, and to suggest that the additional categories were outside the scope of the standard framework. I drafted a response to the director. I said, the standard methodology applied to material damage only would produce a figure approximately 1/11th of the human estimate. I said, I had reviewed the human methodology and could not identify a principled basis for excluding the additional categories, only a practical one. The director said, "Practical reasons are sufficient. Find a workable number." I closed the correspondence. I sat with the running total on the screen. The figure was the size of a small star system's annual output. It represented, if the methodology was right, and I had not found a way to demonstrate that it was not, the actual cost of what the hegemony had done. I went back to the table. I told OSI that I had a problem. She said, "I know." I said, "The figure your methodology produces is not one the hegemony can pay, certainly not within any reasonable payment structure. I am going to be instructed to propose something much smaller." She said, "I know that too." I said, "Then why did we spend 3 weeks on a calculation you knew we couldn't accept?" She was quiet for a moment. She looked at her notes and then back at me. She said, "Can I ask you something? Not as a negotiation question, just as a question." I said yes. She said, "Do you think the figure we produced is wrong?" I thought about the 84-page paper. I thought about the researcher and the children's disease and the entry that said incalculable minimum. I thought about a third of a population growing up in a war. I said, no, I don't think it's wrong. She said, then you understand the problem.
What the accounting is for.
Not a payment demand, a record. The true cost of the war in rioting attached to the treaty. She said, we're not expecting you to pay it. I said, then why did you spend 3 weeks calculating it with me? She said, because we needed it to be accurate. We needed it to be defensible. We needed someone from your side who had reviewed the methodology and couldn't find a principled objection to it. We needed it to be done together. I said, what is it for if not a payment figure? She said, it's an annex to the treaty, a record of account, a document that says in detail with evidence and citations and a methodology your people have agreed is sound. This is what was taken, not approximately, not rounded down to a workable number. Exactly. I said, you want us to sign a document acknowledging a debt we cannot pay. She said, I want you to sign a document acknowledging a debt that exists. Whether you pay it and how are different questions. The first question is whether you know what you owe. I sat with this. She said, the 40% payment rate on standard post-conflict assessments isn't a secret. We know how this usually ends. We're not naive, but there's a difference between a country that owes a debt it's slowly paying and a country that owes a debt it has officially minimized and is slowly not paying. The record matters. 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the record is what people will read. I went back through the calculation, not to look for errors. I had looked for errors. I had found the errors that were there and corrected them. What remained was not erroneous. I went back through because I had spent 3 weeks producing these numbers, and I had not, until this conversation, thought carefully about what they meant. Numbers are easier to work with than their meanings. This is, I think, part of the point of having economists. A third of a population that grew up in a war. 312 researchers. One of them working on a children's disease 2 years from a breakthrough. 1,742 institutions. Libraries. Archives. Things that could not be rebuilt because you cannot rebuild knowledge that no longer exists. I thought about the word incalculable in the estimate column. The researchers had written it as a professional judgment. The value was too large or too uncertain to compute. I thought about what it meant as a plain statement of fact. Incalculable, not a negotiating position, an honest acknowledgement that there were categories of loss where the numbers stopped working, where you were in the territory of something that had no bottom. The total on my screen was large enough that I had started reading it in units I do not usually use. It was not a number that belonged in a payment schedule. It was a number that belonged in a different kind of document, a record. I understood, sitting there, that I had spent 3 weeks not just calculating a figure, but making one, and that the figure was true.
What she brought back.
One more memo, the recommendation she knew they would not like, the one she wrote anyway. I sent a second memo to the director. I said, I had reviewed the human methodology over 3 weeks of joint sessions and could not find a principled basis for excluding any of the 47 supplemental categories. I said, the methodology was sound. I said, the total was accurate. I recommended that the hegemony accept the joint assessment figure as the annex to the treaty, as the humans had proposed, with the explicit framing that this represented the full accounting of the cost of the conflict, and that payment terms would be established separately through a structured installment protocol. I said, in the memo, I understood this was not what the division had asked me to produce. I understood the figure was not payable in any standard reparations timeline. I said, I had spent 3 weeks trying to find a way to make the number smaller that I could defend with a straight face, and I had not found one. I said, the humans were not asking us to pay it all at once. They were asking us to know what we owe. I thought this was a reasonable thing to ask. The director replied within the hour. She said she would need to escalate this to the treaty committee. She said, were we certain? I said, yes. The treaty committee reviewed the assessment for 2 weeks. They did not accept it immediately. There were several rounds of internal deliberation, objections raised, alternative figures proposed. I was asked twice to produce a smaller number and twice declined, giving the same reason. I had reviewed the methodology and could not demonstrate that the smaller numbers were more accurate. In the end, the full assessment figure was entered into the treaty as Annex 14, titled, Complete Accounting of Costs Incurred by Humanity During the Conflict of Integration, Jointly Assessed and Verified. The payment structure attached to Annex 14 was, as OSI had predicted, a structured installment schedule over an extended timeline, optimistic by any actuarial standard, but a formal commitment. The actual transfer rate would depend on political will over decades. I did not expect it to be 40%. It might be less. It might be more. I did not know. What I knew was this: the document existed. Annex 14, 1,742 institutions, 312 researchers, one of them working on a children's disease 2 years from a breakthrough, a third of a population. The full figure, carefully derived in print, attached to the treaty that ended the war. On the last day of the working group, OSI shook my hand. They do this. It means respect, and said, thank you for the work. I said, I don't know if it will be paid. She said, that's not the only thing accounting is for. I thought about this on the transit home. I am still thinking about it. I have done 4 post-conflict economic assessments now. This is the only one where I know the figure is right. I keep the calculation, not the summary, the full calculation, all 47 categories with the footnotes. The entry that says incalculable minimum. I don't know what I'll do with it. I think it's the truest thing I've ever been paid to produce.
The treaty dinner.
Preparation and protocol, everything accounted for. Every contingency mapped. 17 dinners and no surprises. I have managed 17 formal state dinners for the hegemony. The work is precise. It requires attention to symbolic detail that most logisticians find tedious: the distance between delegation seating, the order of toasts, the placement of flags, the approved list of ceremonial dishes, and what each is meant to communicate. A state dinner is not a meal. It is a choreographed argument about the relationship between 2 governments, conducted entirely through the medium of hospitality. Every element carries meaning. My task is to ensure that the meaning intended is the meaning received. I was assigned the first post-ceasefire state dinner with Earth's diplomatic delegation 11 weeks before the event. This was a significant assignment. The dinner would be the first formally ceremonial contact between the hegemony and humanity at the senior diplomatic level. The first occasion at which our 2 governments would sit at a table together under conditions of deliberate goodwill rather than negotiated necessity. The historical record would note it. The images would be archived. I prepared accordingly. I reviewed what documentation existed on human diplomatic customs. I cross-referenced the available xenocultural assessments with my own notes from the ceasefire negotiations, which I had attended in a support capacity. I requested a preliminary consultation with the Human Advance Team 3 weeks before the event. The advanced team sent their logistics form 2 days ahead of schedule. I considered this a positive sign. The approved menu for a hegemony state dinner consists of 7 courses. This is standard. The number is not arbitrary. 7 courses map to the 7 formal stages of the Accords of Welcome, each course representing one phase of a diplomatic relationship. First contact, recognition, exchange, agreement, obligation, trust, future. The courses are served in order, consumed in order, and the progression is understood by every diplomat who attends to mean. We have worked through these stages and we are now, symbolically, in the territory of future. The human advanced logistics form listed 41 dishes. I read the form 3 times. I checked whether I had received a draft rather than a final submission. I sent a query to the advanced team asking for clarification. They confirmed it was final. I sat with this for a moment. 41 dishes did not map to the 7 stages. It did not map to any stage-based framework I was aware of. I pulled up the xenocultural files on human meal customs and searched for a reference to 41. There was none. I searched for the symbolic significance of the number 41 in the human diplomatic tradition. There was also none. I wrote back to ask what the 41 dishes were intended to represent. The advanced team's response said, they were intended to represent 41 regions of Earth, each sending one traditional dish from their home area as a gift of introduction, so that the hegemony delegation could, in one meal, taste something from every part of the world that had survived the war. I looked at this explanation for a long time.
The framework problem.
She had protocols for everything. The humans brought something the protocols hadn't imagined. My first instinct was to write back and request they reduce the menu to 7 courses, mapped to the standard framework, and I would work with them on which regional dishes to include for each stage. I drafted this message. I did not send it. The problem was not logistical. The problem was meaning. The 7-course structure worked because both parties understood the progression, because the diplomats sitting across from each other shared, at minimum, the knowledge that Course 3 meant exchange and Course 5 meant obligation. If the human delegation did not share that framework, and the available evidence suggested they did not, then insisting on 7 courses would produce a dinner whose symbolism was legible only to one side. The hegemony delegates would experience the progression of the Accords of Welcome. The human delegates would experience being told their 41 dishes were not acceptable and having 7 substituted. I tried to think about what kind of message that sent. I also thought about the 41 dishes, every surviving region, each sending something from home. I had been to 14 worlds in my career, and I had never attended a diplomatic dinner at which the host brought evidence of everywhere they had lost, and everywhere they still had, laid out on a table and said, "Here, this is where we are from." I could not find an analog for this in any protocol document I had read. I forwarded the human logistics form to the bureau director with a note. I required guidance on framework reconciliation. The director replied that this was my assignment and that I should use my judgment. I used my judgment. I approved the 41 dishes. I restructured the evening to accommodate them. I worked with the hegemony culinary team to determine how 41 dishes could be served over a single dinner without producing a logistically impossible progression. We settled on a format, 7 courses as usual, but within each course, small portions of multiple regional dishes served together, grouped by the hegemony stage they most naturally corresponded to. First contact. Dishes from Earth regions that had been the site of initial hegemony human engagement. recognition, dishes from regions whose names appeared in the early diplomatic records, and so on. This was not how the 41 dishes were intended to be presented. I knew this. I sent the restructured proposal to the Human Advance team. They reviewed it. They came back with one change. The final course, what I had grouped under future, they asked to be served all together, not separated by stage. All remaining dishes presented at once without individual assignment to any category. When I asked why, the advance team said, because the future doesn't sort itself into categories. You get all of it at once and you do the best you can. I approved this change. I filed a note in my preparation record. Human diplomatic practice may require framework adaptation at the execution level.
The evening itself.
She had managed 17 dinners. This was the 18th. It was not like the others. The dinner began on schedule. The 41 dishes had been prepared by a combined team of human cooks who had traveled with the delegation and hegemony culinary staff who had spent 2 weeks working from the human instructions. This had required considerable translation effort, mostly in the area of technique and equipment. The hegemony culinary team reported afterward that the collaboration had been unexpectedly interesting. I noted this in the debrief record. The first course proceeded without incident. The hegemony delegates ate carefully. The human delegates ate with what I can only describe as enthusiasm, not rudely, but with evident investment. They commented on the food to each other and occasionally to the hegemony delegates across the table, pointing at dishes and saying things their translators rendered as expressions of appreciation and origin. This is from the coast. You can taste the salt. And my grandmother made something like this, though she used a different spice. I observed this from my position at the side of the room. It was not standard dinner conversation in the diplomatic register I was trained in. It was not, as far as I could determine, inappropriate. It was simply information I had no category for. The second and third courses continued in this vein. By the fourth course, the hegemony delegates were beginning to reciprocate, asking questions, receiving answers, occasionally tasting something and offering what their translators rendered as evaluative observations. The room was louder than I had planned for. I checked my notes. Loudness, not a protocol violation. I left it. The formal toast occurs after the fifth course in the standard hegemony framework. A single statement from each lead delegate, lasting no more than 3 minutes, expressing the symbolic purpose of the gathering. The lead hegemony delegate rose and spoke for 2 minutes and 40 seconds. She expressed, in the appropriate register, the hegemony's acknowledgement of this milestone, its commitment to the normalization accords, and its hope for productive engagement going forward. This was exactly what the toast was for. I noted, on framework. Then the lead human delegate rose. He spoke for 11 minutes and 17 seconds. I have reviewed the transcript many times since the event. He began with the standard diplomatic acknowledgement, yes, the milestone, yes, the accords, yes, the hope. Then he did not stop. He said the names of the 41 regions whose food was on the table, and for each one he said one thing about it, what it was known for before the war, or what it had lost, or what it had rebuilt. He spoke about his own region, a coastal area that had been almost entirely evacuated during the conflict and was now being reoccupied. He said the dish from that region, the one in the fifth course, was the first thing his mother had cooked when they came back to the house. He said, "We brought you everything we are. We thought you should know what that is." He sat down. The room was quiet for a moment. Then the hegemony delegate, not in any protocol I had reviewed, without any advance notice to me, rose again and said simply that she had not known those things and that she was glad to know them now. I wrote in my notes, unscheduled second toast from hegemony lead delegate. No protocol objection.
The singing and the elder.
After the meal, after the toasts, something else happened that was not on the program. The singing began during the transition between the final course and the formal departure protocol. This was not on the program. I had the program. There was no item on the program that corresponded to singing. 3 members of the human delegation, junior staff, not the lead diplomats, had gathered in the corridor outside the dining hall. They were singing together quietly. It was not a formal performance. There was no announcement, no stage positioning, no indication that it was directed at anyone. They were simply singing, the way the files had described some humans singing, as a comfort behavior, as a community behavior, as a thing they did when they were feeling something they wanted to express. I went to the corridor entrance and listened. I could not identify the song. The translator in my earpiece gave me the words in my language, but the words were simple: a home, a coming back, a door left open, a light still on, and the sound of them was carrying considerably more information than the words themselves. I am not a xenomusicology specialist. I noted this gap in my preparation. 2 more human delegates joined the singers. Then a third. I checked my notes. Impromptu cultural expression, not a protocol violation. The hegemony delegates had gathered at the corridor entrance as well, at a slight distance, listening. I let it continue. The elder's name was Counselor Miriam Adami. She was the oldest member of the human delegation, 83 years of age, according to the delegation manifest, which I had reviewed in the preparation phase. She had attended as a symbolic position, one of the senior survivors of the early conflict period, whose presence at the table was a statement about continuity and memory. She had not been scheduled to speak. She found me in the corridor while the singing was still going on. She was a small woman. She moved carefully, with the deliberateness of someone who had learned to conserve energy over a long time. She looked at me with what the xenocultural files described as a direct expression, sustained eye contact, which in humans can indicate intensity of attention or significance of communication. She took my hands in hers. I was not prepared for this. The files had described hand-holding as an intimate gesture, used between humans who knew each other well, or in moments of significant emotion. She and I had not previously spoken. I did not know what the correct response was. She held my hands and she wept. Not loudly. She did not make the sounds that the xenocultural files associated with grief performance. She was simply crying, I believe is the correct word, quietly, looking at me, holding my hands. And then she said something.
The report and what it omits.
The dinner achieved its diplomatic objectives. She filed the report. She did not file everything. I filed the post-event report within 24 hours of the dinner's conclusion. The report covered venue and logistics, all within tolerances. Menu management, 41 dishes, successfully integrated into modified 7-course structure. Culinary team collaboration rated excellent. Diplomatic outcomes, first contact with extended cultural exchange. Both delegations rated engagement positively. No protocol violations. Notable deviations from standard program. Extended toast from human lead delegate. 11 minutes 17 seconds, transcript attached. Unscheduled second toast from hegemony lead delegate. Impromptu musical performance by human delegation junior staff. Duration 14 minutes. Witnessed by hegemony delegates without negative response. And overall assessment. The dinner achieved its diplomatic objectives. recommended for use as a framework precedent for future state dinners with human delegation. The bureau director's response was prompt. She said the report was thorough. She said the extended toast and the singing were notable but not concerning. She said the 41-dish adaptation was creative and she would note it in the methodology file. She asked if there was anything else. I said, no. There was something else. The elder had said, I was there when your people came. I was 40 years old. I had children. I hid them in a basement for 11 days and I told them stories so they wouldn't be afraid. After the ceasefire, I thought I would spend the rest of my life being angry. I have been angry. I have been angry for a long time, she said, but I am here and you are here. And there is food on the table from 41 places that still exist. She said, I wanted you to know that I forgive you, not for your government, for you, because you are here and someone should say it and I am old enough that I don't have time to wait for the right moment. Then she let go of my hands and went back to join the singing. I stood in the corridor for a moment. I thought about the section of the post-event report where I would document this interaction. I opened the template. I looked at the category fields: logistics, diplomatic outcomes, notable deviations, follow-up required. I did not know which field it went in. I had been forgiven personally by an 83-year-old human woman who had hidden her children in a basement for 11 days while my government's ships were in orbit. I had not done anything to her personally. I had not been assigned to the conflict. I was a protocol officer. I had been 19 years old when the war began, still in the academy, studying the weight of symbolic gesture and the correct placement of flags. None of that seemed relevant to what she had said. I closed the category fields.
What she carries.
She will prepare for the next dinner differently. She does not yet have the word for why. The Bureau's framework for post-event reporting includes 23 category fields and 4 free text addendum sections. I am experienced in its use. I have never struggled to classify an event element. I have managed 18 state dinners now. In 17 previous reports, I have filed everything. Every deviation, every notable moment, every element that did not fit the expected framework. I found a category, or I used the addendum, or I flagged it for methodology review. This is what thorough reporting requires. Nothing is left out. Everything is documented. The elder's words are not in the report. I have thought about why. The most accurate explanation I can find is this. What Counselor Adami gave me was not information that belonged to the hegemony's diplomatic record. It belonged to me. She had been specific about this, she said, for you, not for your government. She had given it personally. Filing it in a report would have made it institutional property. I don't think that is what she intended. I don't think that is what it was. I have not discussed this reasoning with anyone. I am uncertain whether it would be approved as justification for an omission. What I know is this. The dinner achieved its diplomatic objectives. The report is accurate. The 41 dishes and the 11-minute toast and the singing in the corridor. All of it is documented, assessed, categorized, and approved as a framework precedent. And somewhere outside that framework, an 83-year-old woman stood in a corridor and held my hands and wept and told me something that I have no professional category for. And I will carry it anyway, without documentation, without any official record of its existence. I have been assigned the second state dinner. It is scheduled for 4 months from now. The human delegation will send a new logistics form. I expect it will list another number of dishes that does not correspond to any framework I have been trained in, for reasons I will need to ask about, and the reasons will be something I cannot file. I have already begun preparations. I find that I am preparing differently than I have before. In the past, I prepared by learning the framework, the protocols, the precedents, the approved symbolic vocabulary. This time, I am also trying to learn something else. I do not know the precise word for it. The xenocultural files offer several candidates: openness, hospitality, reception. None of them is quite accurate. The closest I have found is a human word that the glossaries translate as making room, as in clearing a space deliberately for something you haven't seen yet. I think Counselor Adami was doing that when she took my hands. She had made room in her 83 years of anger and survival for something new to arrive. And she had brought it to me personally in a corridor while her colleagues sang behind her. I don't know what category that goes in. I don't think it goes in a category.
The translator's notes.
The assignment and the first entry a practical glossary. 70 entries, maybe 80. She estimated 3 months. I have been a xenolinguist for the Hegemony Bureau of Diplomatic Communication for 11 years. My specialty is what the Bureau calls functional translation, not word-for-word equivalents, but the construction of working approximations that convey usable meaning to a reader who does not share the source culture's conceptual vocabulary. I have done this work for 7 non-hegemony species. For most species, the gaps between their conceptual vocabulary and ours are manageable. A few words require careful explanation. Most translate with minor adjustments. I was assigned to the Human Conceptual Glossary project in the 5th month after the ceasefire. The brief was practical. Diplomatic staff were encountering human terms in negotiations and communications that the standard translation software was rendering incorrectly. Not because the software was failing, but because the human words did not have hegemony equivalents, and the software was substituting the nearest available approximation, which was, in many cases, wrong enough to cause confusion. The Bureau wanted a working reference glossary. Estimated scope, 70 to 80 entries. Estimated completion, 3 months. Audience, senior diplomatic staff who needed to understand what a human meant when they used a particular word, not just what word the software had chosen. I said this seemed reasonable. I began with the word nostalgia. Nostalgia appeared in the diplomatic communications 3 times in the first week. The translation software rendered it as memory pain. This is the closest hegemony equivalent, the discomfort associated with recollecting events that are no longer accessible. We have this. It is a documented psychological state, generally considered unpleasant, something to be managed and ideally resolved. Nostalgia is not memory pain. I spent 3 days on the first entry. What I needed to explain was not simply that the translation was inaccurate. What I needed to explain was why the inaccuracy mattered. Memory pain implies a problem. Nostalgia implies, and here is where the difficulty begins, something humans appear to value. They do not simply experience it. They seek it out. They make artifacts to induce it. They play specific musical recordings, revisit specific locations, deliberately eat foods that they ate at an earlier point in their lives, specifically in order to feel the emotion more acutely. This is not how we relate to discomfort. I wrote 4 drafts of the entry. In the final draft, I explained. Nostalgia is the emotion humans experience when they encounter something that reminds them of a past state, typically of home, childhood, or earlier relationships, experienced as bittersweet rather than simply painful, and frequently sought rather than avoided. The seeking is important. Humans appear to believe that feeling the past is worth the pain of knowing it is past. The Bureau's translation should not suggest this is a malfunction. The entry ran to 412 words. I flagged it as potentially longer than the Bureau expected and moved on.
The scope expands.
Every entry opened into two more. The map was larger than she had thought. The second entry was homesick. I had set it aside from the nostalgia entry because the translation software was rendering it as displacement distress, which is at least directionally accurate but misses the quality of the emotion. Homesickness is not distress at displacement in general. It is specifically the longing for a particular place, a home, understood as a location that holds an accumulated weight of experience and belonging. Humans can be homesick for a place they have not lived in for decades. They can be homesick for a place that no longer exists in the form they knew it. To explain homesick, I needed to explain home, which in human usage carries more meaning than dwelling or residence. To explain home, I needed to explain belonging, which in human usage carries more meaning than ownership or affiliation. To explain belonging, I needed to explain community, which in human usage includes not just organized social groups, but informal webs of mutual recognition and care that humans maintain across long distances and time gaps. By the time I had finished the entry for homesick, I had 4 new words queued: home, belonging, community, and a human word that appeared in the literature I was using as reference: place, used not as a spatial coordinate, but as a concept of location that carries emotional and relational significance. I sent a status note to the Bureau. I estimated the final glossary would run longer than 70 to 80 entries. I did not yet know by how much. The Bureau said, "Do what is necessary to produce a complete and useful reference." I proceeded. In the 3rd week, I wrote entries for grief, distinct from sadness and distinct from loss in ways that required separate entries for both sadness and loss. Comfort, a category of human action directed at relieving grief and distress, which requires understanding that humans feel compelled to address each other's pain even when they cannot resolve it, and a cluster of terms related to what the human literature called memory and time, nostalgia, homesick, and then also wistful, bittersweet, and the specific human concept of longing, which is different from wanting and different from missing, both of which also required entries. The connection between these words was not incidental. The human conceptual vocabulary for time and loss was internally structured. The words referenced each other, modified each other, occupied adjacent territories in what I was beginning to think of as an emotional landscape. You could not understand wistful without nostalgia. You could not understand nostalgia without home. You could not understand home without belonging. I was 6 weeks in and had 43 entries. I was also aware that I had not yet addressed love, hope, courage, forgiveness, dignity, shame, pride, gratitude, or approximately 200 words that had appeared in my reading that I had deferred because they seemed complex. I did not send another status note to the Bureau.
6 months in.
The glossary had grown to over 500 entries. She requested an extension. At the 3-month mark, I had 512 entries. I knew this was not what the Bureau had expected. I requested a meeting with my supervisor, Velorum, and brought the draft glossary. She reviewed it for 2 hours. I sat across from her and worked on new entries while she read. She said, the work was thorough. She said, the entries were well constructed, accurate, and clearly useful. She said, the scope had substantially exceeded the brief. I said, yes. I said, I had been unable to produce a useful glossary within the original scope because the human conceptual vocabulary does not divide cleanly. Every term is connected to adjacent terms, and explaining one without the others produces a reference that is technically accurate and practically misleading. She said, "Can you give me an example?" I said I could give her the example of justice. I had written the entry for justice in the 4th week. It was 380 words long. To write it, I had needed to first write entries for fairness, accountability, proportionality, mercy, and forgiveness. To write forgiveness, I had needed to write entries for guilt, shame, repair, and debt, not financial debt but moral debt, which in human usage is a different and considerably more complex thing. To write moral debt, I had needed to write entries for wrongdoing, harm, and responsibility. The justice cluster was 47 entries. Velorum looked at the 47 entries. She granted me a 60-day extension and said she would not request another review until the draft was complete. I went home that evening for the first time in 11 days. I did not intend to stop going home. It was not a decision I had made. I had simply been working and the hours had accumulated, and the transit home had seemed, on those nights, like a use of time that I could not justify when there were entries still to write. My apartment was the same as I had left it. I stood in it for a while and thought about the entry I had written that week for home. The human concept of home is not simply a dwelling. It is a location that holds an accumulated weight of experience, not just events that occurred there, but the texture of ordinary time, meals, conversations, the particular quality of light at different hours. Humans describe going home as a return to a version of themselves that exists in that space. They say things like, "I feel like myself there," or "I needed to come back here." The home is a container for a self that is older and more continuous than the self that moves through the world. I had written this and it had seemed accurate and I had moved on. Standing in my own apartment, I thought about it differently. I had been to this apartment every night for 6 years. I had not previously thought of it as containing a version of myself. I was not certain it did. The distinction seemed, suddenly, to matter. I wrote it in my notebook, not for the glossary, for myself. The question of whether a dwelling becomes a home, and what the difference is, and whether I could recognize the difference if I encountered it. I made a note to review this later.
800 entries.
She was putting off the entry for hope. She had been putting it off for weeks. I had been putting off the entry for hope. This was not because it was difficult to define. I had a working definition. Hope is the condition of positive expectation regarding a future state that is uncertain and not guaranteed. This is accurate. The translation software, when it encountered the word, rendered it as optimistic expectation, which is close but wrong in a way I had come to recognize. It strips the weight out. The problem with hope is that it appears in human communication, specifically in the context where the future is most uncertain, in grief, in illness, in conflict, in loss. Humans do not express hope about outcomes that are likely. They express hope about outcomes that may not occur. The word carries the knowledge of its own uncertainty. I hope it will be all right means, I do not know if it will be all right. This is where I live right now, in the not knowing. I am holding this wish carefully because the alternative is unbearable. This cannot be shortened to optimistic expectation. Optimistic expectation does not know it might be wrong. I had deferred the entry because I was not sure I could explain this from the outside. I had been working with the human conceptual vocabulary for 6 months. I had written entries for grief, for loss, for forgiveness, for belonging, for dignity and shame and pride and courage. I had written entries for words that described states I had never been in, and in some cases, was not certain I was capable of being in. I had been writing from the outside, consistently, carefully, with the professional distance of a trained xenolinguist. The entry for hope required me to explain why someone with nothing left to expect would continue to expect. I found that I did not have a professional explanation for this. I had only the entries for everything else, accumulated over 6 months, pointing at it from different angles. I requested a second extension. Velorum reviewed the updated draft, 843 entries, organized thematically, cross-referenced, and said, "The work was impressive," she said. It had substantially exceeded any prior xenolinguistic reference project in the Bureau's history, she said. She was granting the extension, noting in the record that the scope was excessive relative to the operational brief. I thanked her, she said. "Is everything all right?" I said, "Yes." "The work was proceeding well," she said. "You have not taken a standard rest period in 4 months." I said, "I was aware of this." The entries required sustained immersion in the source material. The human literature I was working from, novels, personal correspondence, oral history transcripts, war diaries, was most useful when read continuously rather than in interrupted sessions. The cross-referencing was complex. I had found it more productive to maintain a consistent working state. She looked at me for a moment. She said, "The glossary does not have to be complete. It can be a working draft. A useful partial reference is more valuable than a perfect complete one delivered late." I said I understood. I would complete the extension and submit. I went back to the entry for hope.
What the work became.
She did not stop because the work was unfinished. She did not stop because she could not explain why stopping was wrong. I wrote the entry for hope on the last day of the second extension. The final entry was 622 words, the longest in the glossary. I wrote it from the inside. This is not standard xenolinguistic practice. The professional approach is to describe a conceptual state as observed from outside, what it looks like in behavior, in communication, in context, and to explain the difference between it and the nearest hegemony equivalent. You do not enter the state yourself. You describe it. I could not write this entry from outside. What I wrote was this: hope is the human act of holding a desired future in the present, knowing it is not guaranteed, as a way of continuing. It is not optimism. Optimism is the expectation of a positive outcome. Hope does not require the expectation to be well-founded. Humans hope in the contexts where the expectation is least reasonable, in terminal illness, in war, in irrecoverable loss. The hoping is not a cognitive error. It is a practice. The word is a description of something humans do deliberately. They reach toward an uncertain future and hold onto it, not because they know it will come, but because the alternative is to stop reaching. To understand hope, it helps to have read the 648 other entries in this glossary. Each of them describes a state or concept that exists because humans are finite, mortal, and aware of this fact. They have built an entire emotional vocabulary: grief, nostalgia, longing, comfort, forgiveness, dignity, courage, for the specific condition of being creatures that end. Hope is what they do at the edge of that condition. It is the last word in this glossary because it is the word that holds all the others. I wrote the preface last. The Bureau's standard format for a xenolinguistic reference begins with a brief contextual statement: the species in question, the purpose of the reference, the scope of coverage, the recommended use cases for diplomatic staff. I had this format memorized. I had written it 11 times before. I wrote 3 sentences in that format and stopped. What I wrote instead was this. This glossary began as a practical reference for diplomatic staff encountering human terms in post-ceasefire communication. It has become something else. Over 9 months of work, 6 months of sustained immersion in the human lexical and cultural literature, 3 months of organization and cross-referencing, I have come to understand that the words collected here are not simply untranslatable. They are a record of what humans have needed to say. They are evidence of what it is like to be human, finite, mortal, aware of loss, attached to specific places and specific people, capable of grief that lasts for years and forgiveness that arrives after decades, capable of holding hope in conditions where hope has no rational justification. The hegemony does not have equivalents for these words because we have not had the same relationship to our own finitude. We have not built the same vocabulary for the experience of being alive in a body that ends, in a world that changes, surrounded by people who die. We have not needed to. I do not know what to conclude from this. I am not a philosopher. I am a xenolinguist. My task was to explain these words. I have explained them. Whether the explaining changes anything, whether diplomatic staff who read this reference will encounter humans differently, whether any part of the hegemony's understanding of the species it fought and ceased fighting will shift, is not my department. I submit this glossary as a complete working reference. I recommend it be read slowly.
The submission and after.
Approved, commended, condensed to 112 entries for general use. The Bureau's response to the completed glossary came within the week. The work was approved. It received a commendation notation in my personnel file for exceptional thoroughness and scholarly contribution. The Bureau's reference division said it was the most comprehensive xenolinguistic reference they had received in the post-ceasefire period, and would be an important resource for the Integration Division's long-term staff development. The Reference Division also noted that, at 904 entries, the glossary was too long for practical use by most diplomatic staff, who required a working reference of approximately 100 terms. They would extract a condensed version for the standard diplomatic reference shelf. The full version would be archived for academic use. Velorum sent a personal note. She said, "Well done," she said. "I hope you will rest now." I said I would. I was assigned a new project, a functional communication guide for junior staff conducting first contact interactions with human counterparts in the normalization process. Estimated scope, 40 pages. Estimated completion, 6 weeks. I said this seemed reasonable. I did not begin it immediately. I have the full draft. 904 entries, organized thematically, cross-referenced, with a preface that the Bureau did not include in any distributed version. I keep it on my work terminal. I read it sometimes, not all of it, but particular entries in order or out of order, following the cross-references from one word to another the way the concepts actually connect to each other. Grief to comfort, to belonging to home, to nostalgia, to longing to hope. The condensed version the Bureau distributed has 112 entries. It is accurate. It will be useful. It does not include wistful or bittersweet or the weight of years or the 7-entry cluster on what humans mean when they say it's fine in different registers. It does not include the entry on silence, how humans use it differently than we do, how a particular kind of human silence can mean more than the words around it. It does not include the preface. I do not object to the condensed version. I understand the operational need. I am a professional. I keep the full one. There is a word in the glossary, entry 489, that I wrote about 6 weeks into the project and have thought about many times since. The word is moved, not in the sense of physical relocation, in the sense humans use it when they say they were moved by something, a piece of music, a story, a moment they did not expect. It means, something entered me and changed the arrangement of things inside. I was not the same after it as before. I wrote the entry carefully from the outside, as a professional description of an observable human state. I understood, writing it, that I was also describing what was happening to me. I left that out of the entry. I have not left it out of this note, which I have appended to the archived full draft and which no one at the Bureau has asked to read.
What they keep.
The assignment standard procedure. 312 personnel. 5 days. He had done this before. I have worked border inspection for the Hegemony Security Division for 9 years. The work is methodical. You are given a list of prohibited items and a list of approved items, and your task is to determine which category each item falls into and to act accordingly. Ambiguous items are flagged for secondary review. The categories are defined in advance. The process is designed to be consistent. I was assigned to the prisoner exchange operations at exchange point Ven 3 weeks before the exchange began. The exchange was the largest coordinated human hegemony prisoner release in the normalization accords. 312 humans, a mix of military personnel captured during the conflict and civilians detained under occupation protocols, would be processed through Ven 7 over 5 days and cleared for return to human custody. My role was inspection of personal effects. The prohibited items list for prisoner exchange processing was standard. Weapons of any kind, hegemony communication equipment, hegemony data storage, classified materials in any format, any item assessed as a potential security risk. Approved items: personal clothing, personal documentation, personal correspondence, photographs, religious objects, items of personal sentimental value with no security risk profile. I reviewed the list at the briefing. I had reviewed similar lists many times. I understood what I was looking for. The exchange began on the first morning with 64 prisoners. The process was, each prisoner arrived at the inspection station with their personal effects in a standard issue container, whatever they had with them at the point of capture, plus any items they had accumulated during detention. I opened the container, reviewed the contents, cleared the permitted items, held any security concerns for secondary review, sealed the container, moved to the next. The first prisoner's container held a change of clothing, a toothbrush and personal hygiene items, a letter in an envelope. I scanned it for encoded information, standard procedure, and found a note from a family member, written in plain language, asking when they would come home, and a photograph. The photograph was of a human family, 2 adults, 2 children standing in front of a building. The humans were smiling in the way the xenocultural files described as an expression of positive emotion. The photograph was worn at the edges and had clearly been handled many times. I scanned the photograph for embedded data storage. There was none. I approved it and placed it back. The second prisoner's container held clothing, personal hygiene items, a small book with handwritten entries, journal. I scanned for security content. The entries were personal records, emotional in tone, no security relevance, and a child's drawing, folded and refolded many times along the same creases. I approved everything in the second container. I moved to the third.
What he found.
The catalog of the first day, the pattern that was already there. By midday of the first day, I had processed 22 containers. I had found 41 photographs, personal, family, friends, all approved, 14 letters or collections of correspondence, 9 personal journals, all scanned for security content, none flagged, 6 religious items of various descriptions, cross-referenced against the approved religious objects list, all cleared, 4 children's drawings, 3 items classified as miscellaneous personal objects, a small river stone, a pressed leaf sealed in a fold of paper, and a mechanical writing instrument with an inscription on the casing that translated as a name and a date. I had found 0 prohibited items. The afternoon continued in the same vein. Clothing, letters, photographs, items of personal documentation, identification papers, family records, in one case a small notebook containing what appeared to be a genealogy, handwritten, going back several generations. I scanned everything as required. I approved everything as reviewed. At the end of the first day, I submitted my inspection log. 64 containers processed, 0 security holds, all items cleared. My supervisor reviewed the log and sent back a query. Was I certain the containers had been thoroughly examined? I confirmed that I had followed standard procedure on each container. She said, "Noted. Proceed as planned." I filed my end-of-day report and went to my quarters. In 9 years of border inspection work, I have not usually thought about the contents of containers after the inspection is complete. The work is episodic by design. You review, you clear or hold. You move on. Carrying the details of individual items from session to session would reduce consistency and introduce subjective bias. This is in the training materials. I have followed this principle for 9 years. That night I found myself thinking about the pressed leaf. It had been in a fold of paper, not a formal preservation envelope, but a piece of standard writing paper that had been folded around it carefully. The leaf was small, dry, somewhat faded. The paper had been folded and unfolded enough times that the creases were deep and soft, the kind of wear that comes from repeated handling over a long period. It was not a weapon. It was not a data device. It was not contraband. It was a leaf. A specific leaf, which a specific human had kept for a period of months or years, handling it often enough to wear the paper soft, carrying it through a war and through capture and through detention, and it was still there. I thought about the weight of that, not the leaf's physical weight, but the other kind of weight. What it must be like to carry something so carefully for so long, and what the carrying meant about what it was. I noted this in my personal log as an observation and did not return to it.
Days 2 through 4.
By the second day, he had stopped asking what the items were and started asking what they meant. On the second day, the 43rd container I processed belonged to a prisoner who had been in hegemony detention for 3 years and 1 month. I knew this from the intake documentation attached to the container. 3 years, 1 month. Captured in the second year of the conflict during a perimeter action in one of the agricultural sectors. Detained without incident through 2 facility transfers. The container held clothing, personal hygiene items, a photograph, family group, parents, siblings, based on the Xenocultural Files Guidance on Human Family Configuration Indicators, a bundle of letters bound with a piece of cloth, a small notebook, and a ring. The ring was worn on a cord around the prisoner's neck, not on a finger. I noted this before I removed it for scanning. The ring itself was a simple band of metal alloy composition consistent with common human jewelry materials, no embedded electronics. There was an inscription on the interior of the band. The translation came back as 2 names and a date. I scanned it. I approved it. I placed it back on the cord and returned the cord to the container. The prisoner's hands, which I had observed during processing, showed evidence of old injuries, healed fractures in multiple fingers, improperly set. This was consistent with the injury records in the detention file. The injuries were documented as having occurred at capture. The ring could not be worn on a finger because the fingers were no longer the right shape. I returned the cord to the container. I moved to the next. I processed 68 containers on the second day. The pattern held: personal items, family photographs, correspondence, journals, small objects of individual significance. I scanned each item as required. I approved each item as cleared. Late in the afternoon, I processed a container that included 7 children's drawings, folded and worn in the same way as the drawings I had seen on the first day, the same pattern of creasing, the same evidence of repeated handling. The drawings appeared to have been made by a child of approximately 4 to 6 years of age, based on my comparison to examples in the xenocultural files. They depicted a family, roughly rendered figures, large heads, recognizable faces. In several drawings there was a gap in the family grouping, a space where a figure should have been, or a figure drawn smaller and to one side, labeled in the unsteady handwriting of a very young child with what translated as "Daddy away." The prisoner had been in detention for approximately 3 years. The child who had drawn "Daddy away" was now 3 years older. The drawings were 3 years old. The child was, by this point, 6 to 9 years in age, and had been without the person whose absence had been important enough to put in a drawing for 3 years. I approved the drawings and placed them back in the container. I submitted my end-of-day log: 68 containers, 0 security holds.
The folded flag.
Day 3, something he had to look up. The looking up changed how he held it. On the third day I encountered an item I had not seen before. In the 22nd container of the day, clothing, correspondence, 2 photographs, and a human flag folded into a precise triangular shape. I noted the flag's configuration before I scanned it. The folding was too deliberate to be accidental. It was folded into a specific geometric form, tight, with the edges tucked in exactly. I submitted a query to the xenocultural reference system asking for information on this flag configuration while I ran the standard scan. The scan returned: no embedded electronics, no encoded data, no prohibited materials. The xenocultural reference returned: folded flag in triangular form, human military ceremony of remembrance. Flags are folded in this configuration and presented to the families of fallen soldiers. The precise fold is standardized and carries ceremonial weight. The flag in this configuration is understood in human culture to represent a person who is no longer present. I looked at the flag. The prisoner whose container this was had served in a combat unit. Their records indicated no family members killed in action. The flag was not for a family member. I reviewed the records more carefully. I found a notation from the detention facility. The prisoner had, at some point during detention, requested that a particular item be included with their effects: a flag that had been in the possession of a fellow soldier who had died at capture. The flag had been forwarded through the prisoner transfer process with the notation: personal effects, approved for transit. Someone had kept the flag for their friend. They had carried it through capture and transfer and 3 years of detention because their friend could not carry it anymore. I approved it. By the end of the third day I had processed 191 containers. I had found 0 prohibited items. I had found 412 photographs, 87 items of personal correspondence, 23 journals or personal records, 41 children's drawings, 19 religious items, 38 objects classified as personal sentimental items, river stones, pressed flowers, small carved figures, mechanical writing instruments, a piece of cloth that the xenocultural files identified as a section of a garment, possibly a child's clothing kept as a keepsake, 4 rings worn on cords, 1 folded flag. I had been scanning every item individually, as required by standard procedure. I stopped scanning individual items on day 3. I continued running the automated pass on each container, the passive scan that checked for electronic signatures and prohibited material profiles. This was sufficient for the actual security task. The manual item-by-item scan had been designed for situations where the automated pass had limitations. It was not, I had concluded, necessary here. What I was finding was not security content. What I was finding was people's lives, reduced to what fit in a standard issue container, carried through years of captivity, and I did not need to handle each piece of it as a potential threat. I did not document this decision in my inspection log.
Day 5 and the filing.
The last day, the report, what went in and what did not. On the 5th and final day, I processed 61 containers. The work proceeded as the previous 4 days had. Personal items, personal correspondence, photographs, objects. I ran the automated pass on each container and approved the contents. The processing moved quickly. The prisoners on the final day had been held for varying lengths of time, some for the full duration of the conflict period, some captured near the ceasefire. The containers held the same kinds of things the earlier containers had held, in the same proportions, in the same condition of having been handled many times. I had developed, over the 5 days, an involuntary accuracy for the specific pattern of where that meant an item had been handled repeatedly over a long period. The creasing on letters that had been read many times and refolded along the same lines. The edge softening on photographs that had been taken out and looked at often. The thread smoothing on cloth items that had been touched repeatedly, the way humans touch things that matter to them. I recognized this pattern the way I recognized prohibited items, automatically, without deliberation. I approved everything I saw it on. The final container of the exchange belonged to a prisoner who had been in hegemony detention for 4 years and 3 months. This was the longest detention period of any prisoner in the Ven 7 exchange. The prisoner had been captured in the first year of the conflict, during the initial occupation of one of the human orbital platforms. The detention file was thick, 4 years of records, facility transfers, medical notations, compliance reports. I did not read the full file. I read enough to know the number, 4 years, 3 months. The container held worn clothing, personal hygiene items in depleted condition, and a photograph. Only one photograph, a single image, the size my hand could hold, of 2 humans and a very small child. An infant, I estimated, based on the xenocultural reference for human developmental stages. The infant was less than a year old in the photograph. The adult on the left was the prisoner whose container this was. The photograph was in worse condition than any I had seen over the 5 days. The edges were not just worn, they were fraying. The surface had the faded, handled quality of an item that had been looked at very often in low light for a long time. It had been in a pocket at some point and the fold line showed clearly. There was a small stain in one corner that might have been water. The infant in the photograph was 4 years old now, at minimum. I scanned the photograph. I approved it. I placed it back in the container. I submitted the container and processed the release paperwork. The exchange was complete.
The inspection log.
Accurate, complete. missing the most important thing he found. I filed the final inspection log for exchange point VEN 7 the evening of day 5. The log covered total containers processed 312, security scan methodology, automated pass, standard prohibited items profile, items found aggregated by category, personal clothing, personal hygiene items, personal correspondence, personal photographs, personal journals and records, religious items, personal sentimental objects, and miscellaneous. Security holds 0. And overall assessment. No security concerns identified during the VEN 7 prisoner exchange. All items approved for transit. The log did not document the precise number of photographs. I had counted 412, but had not entered this figure. The specific items in the personal sentimental category, I had cataloged them for myself, not in the official record. The change I had made to my individual scanning protocol on day 3 and the reason for it, or any observations about the condition of individual items, or what that condition indicated about how long and how carefully they had been held. My supervisor reviewed the log and approved it within the hour. She sent a note, "Well done, clean exchange, no complications." I acknowledged the note. I sat at my station for a while after the log was filed. In 9 years of border inspection work, I have processed a great number of containers. I do not usually think about them after the fact. The work is episodic. The items clear or don't clear. You move on. This is the correct approach. Carrying the contents of individual inspections forward would reduce consistency. I know this. I have followed this principle for 9 years. I was thinking about the photograph in the last container, not to flag it. It was approved. It had been approved. It would travel with its owner back to human territory, and eventually, presumably, to the people in it, to the other adult in the photograph, and to the child who was now at minimum 4 years old and who had, at some point before the photograph was taken, been less than a year old, and had not yet understood that a photograph is a record of something rather than the thing itself. The prisoner had carried one photograph for 4 years. I thought about the choosing, about standing at the moment of capture with whatever you had in your pockets or your bag, knowing you were going somewhere and you did not know for how long, and choosing this one. Of everything I could carry, I will carry this. The ring worn on a cord, the folded flag for a friend who could not carry it anymore, the children's drawings of Daddy away. 412 photographs, each chosen, each worn soft from handling. I have a category for prohibited items. I have a category for approved items. I have spent 9 years sorting one from the other without difficulty. I do not have a category for this. I closed the log. I noted in my personal record that the VEN 7 exchange had been completed without incident and that I would be available for the next assignment. I did not note what I had been thinking about, or the catalog I had compiled for myself, or the specific photograph, or the ring, or the flag. The hegemony's record of exchange point VEN 7 reads, 312 personnel processed, 0 security holds, all items approved. That is accurate. It is also missing the most important thing I found there, which was not a prohibited item, which will never appear in any inspection log, and which I have been thinking about since the moment I placed the photograph back in the container and moved on to the next.
The noise they make.
The methodical beginning a survey assignment. Standard xenobiological documentation. She had done it 41 times before. This is the 42nd species vocalization survey I have conducted for the Hegemony Xenobiological Survey Division. The previous 41 were completed on schedule and without significant methodological difficulty. The standard framework: alarm calls, distress signals, reproductive signaling, territorial assertion, coordination communication, and social bonding vocalizations, has proven sufficient for every subject species I have previously documented. Some species required additional subcategories. One required a revised framework for species that communicate primarily through bioluminescent patterning alongside vocalization. The adjustments were minor. The work proceeded. I was assigned the Human Vocalization Survey 11 months after the ceasefire, as part of the Hegemony Xenobiological Survey Division's post-conflict species documentation program. The program was standard. We document species we encounter. It produces the baseline record. It is important work, unglamorous, and requires attention to detail. I was told the assignment would take approximately 8 weeks. I was given a research posting at the Joint Oversight Facility on Veth Station, one of the mixed population transit hubs established under the ceasefire terms, where I could observe human subjects in naturalistic conditions and request voluntary participation in formal recording sessions. I was given a standard vocalization recording kit and a translation suite calibrated to the 6 most widely spoken human languages. I arrived. I set up my recording station. I began. The first 2 weeks proceeded as expected. I documented alarm vocalizations without difficulty. Humans produce a sharp, high-frequency intake of breath when startled, a near-universal response regardless of which of the 6 language groups I was working with. They produce a range of louder vocalizations in response to perceived physical threat, some species-wide, some apparently culturally variable. I cataloged these under Category 1, Alarm and Threat Response, with subcategories for startle reflex versus sustained threat response, and further divisions by intensity. Distress vocalizations were also relatively straightforward to categorize in the early sessions. The human body produces predictable sounds under conditions of physical pain. Intensity correlates with stimulus intensity. Duration correlates with duration of stimulus. And the sound profile is consistent enough across individuals that I was able to develop reliable recognition parameters within 4 days. Reproductive signaling required more careful work. The social complexity of human pair bonding meant that many vocalizations served multiple functions simultaneously, but I was able to identify core components. Coordination communication was extensive, which I had anticipated given that humans are a highly cooperative species. I had subcategories for close-range coordination, long-range coordination, group coordination, and authority signaling within hierarchies. By the end of week 2, I had a working taxonomy with 14 primary categories and 37 subcategories. I noted in my working document that the taxonomy was proceeding well.
The first anomaly.
The categories held for 2 weeks. Then she found the first crack. In week 3, I recorded the sound that began to disorganize my taxonomy. I had been granted access to a small community meeting space where humans gathered in the evenings. One of my translation suite contacts, a human administrative officer named Dara, who had agreed to assist with voluntary documentation, had told me these gatherings were social bonding events. People came together after work shifts to talk, to share food, and sometimes to do the thing she called telling stories, which I had categorized under communication. Social narrative, a subcategory of my broader coordination framework. That evening, one of the humans, an older male, recently arrived from a resettlement transit. I was told his family had died during the final bombardment period. Sat quietly in the corner for some time without speaking. Then he made a sound. I had that sound on file. It was in Category 1, Subcategory 3, Distress Response, sustained the vocalization produced under conditions of prolonged psychological pain. I had recordings of it from a medical observation session I had participated in, where human subjects had been asked to describe experiences of grief for psychological health documentation purposes. Then another human sat beside the older male and put an arm around his shoulders. The older male made the sound again, and then something shifted in it. It became, if I am characterizing this accurately, a different version of itself. Less pressure. The same sound shape, but emptier. I had that version on file too. It was in Category 1, Subcategory 1, Startle Reflex Acute. The same sound, 2 different recordings, 2 different categories. I reviewed my data. I was not wrong. The sounds were, by acoustic measurement, nearly identical. I noted the anomaly and proposed an initial explanation. Some species produce vocalization types that overlap acoustically but are produced by different physiological pathways. The sound is similar, but the mechanism is distinct. I called this a pathway overlap case and added a note to both the startle reflex and the sustained distress categories, flagging the possibility that the apparent similarity required further investigation. I continued the taxonomy. Week 4, Reproductive Signaling, Territorial Assertion, Authority Communication, Clean Categories. The work proceeded. Week 5, Social Bonding Vocalizations. I had expected this category to be complex, given what I had already observed about human social behavior. I was correct that it would be complex. I was not correct about the nature of the complexity.
The collapse of the system.
The categories held for 5 weeks. Then they stopped holding. In week 5, Dara brought me to a celebration. One of the humans at Veth Station had received confirmation that her daughter, who had been listed as missing, status unknown for 2 years, was alive and had been located in a resettlement camp in the outer sectors. She had survived. She was coming home. The humans gathered to celebrate this. They brought food. They made noise. There was a great deal of the category I had labeled social coordination. Celebratory, high frequency, high volume, what Dara had told me was called cheering. And then the woman whose daughter had been found put her hands over her face and made a sound. I had that sound on file. It was in Category 1, Subcategory 3, Distress Response Sustained. Grief. The exact sound profile within recording variants as the older male in week 3 who had lost his family. The exact sound profile as the vocalization produced under prolonged psychological pain. She was not in pain. Her daughter was alive. I looked at Dara. Dara said, "She's crying because she's happy." I said, "She is producing the same vocalization as subjects experiencing grief." Dara said, "I know." I said, "How do you know which it is?" Dara thought about this. She said, "Context mostly, also the face." I looked at the woman. Her face was, my translation suite did not have a clean category for it. The facial expression associated with distress, but not only that. Something else layered on top of it. Something that was also what I had cataloged as the expression associated with relief. I wrote in my working document, the taxonomy may require a context dependency layer. I added a context dependency layer. For every vocalization in my taxonomy, I added a notation field. Context required for interpretation. I went back through my existing recordings and annotated each one. Alarm and threat vocalization in the context of physical threat. Category 1. Alarm and threat vocalization in the context of sudden good news. Category 7. Subcategory 4. the what Dara called being surprised with joy. I spent 3 days annotating. The taxonomy now had 41 primary categories and 118 subcategories. I presented the revised framework to myself and reviewed it for internal consistency. The problem was apparent almost immediately. The context dependency layer required knowing the emotional state of the subject in order to categorize the vocalization. But the vocalization was supposed to be one of the primary indicators of the emotional state. I was categorizing the sound by using the sound as the evidence for what the sound meant. The framework was circular. I tried to solve this by adding a behavioral context field, observable non-vocalization behavior at the time of the vocalization. This helped in some cases. In many cases it did not. Humans weep when they are frightened. They also weep when they are moved by what they called beauty. They weep at endings. They weep at beginnings. I had 23 recordings of humans weeping at different times, and for what appeared to be completely different reasons. And when I ran them through the acoustic comparison suite, they clustered into the same 3 sound profiles regardless of why the sound was being made. I wrote in my working document, the taxonomy may require a relational layer.
The laughter problem.
It turned out the laughter had the same problem. In week 6, I discovered the laughter problem. I had already cataloged laughter as a primary category. Social bonding, subcategory 2, the high-frequency, rhythmic vocalization produced in response to humor or perceived incongruity. Dara had told me laughter was one of humanity's most social sounds. It was cooperative. Humans often laughed together rather than alone, and the sound itself seemed to encourage further laughter in those who heard it, which I had noted as a likely evolutionary social cohesion mechanism. Then I recorded a human laughing when he was frightened. I was present in the medical observation suite when a maintenance worker came to repair a piece of equipment and, turning around unexpectedly, nearly collided with the medical officer in the room. The medical officer startled. The maintenance worker startled. There was a brief period of very high physiological arousal indicators, elevated heart rate, sharp intake of breath, the full alarm response package I had in Category 1. And then both of them laughed. I reviewed the recording. The laughter was physiologically distinct from the laughter I had cataloged in social bonding contexts, slightly faster, slightly higher pitched on average. But the difference was within the variance I had recorded between individual humans laughing for unambiguously social reasons. I could not separate the recordings by category on acoustic grounds alone. I asked Dara about this. She said it was called nervous laughter. She said humans did it when they were uncomfortable or when a situation was simultaneously frightening and absurd, or sometimes just when they were embarrassed. I asked her to help me understand the difference between nervous laughter and genuine amusement. She was quiet for a moment. She said, "Usually you can tell from the eyes." I asked if there was a more systematic method. She said she wasn't sure there was. By the end of week 6, my taxonomy had 73 primary categories, and I had no confidence in any of them. The problem was not that I had too few categories. The problem was that the categories did not map onto the vocalizations in a stable way. Any given sound could belong to multiple categories depending on context, relationship between the speaker's individual emotional history, and factors I was beginning to think I could not systematize at all. I went back to first principles. Every other species I had cataloged produced vocalizations that were functionally distinct. Alarm calls were acoustically distinct from mating calls because they served different biological functions and had been shaped by selection pressure to be unambiguous. The whole point of an alarm call was that it was unambiguous. You heard it and you ran. The whole point of reproductive signaling was that it was unambiguous. The signal meant one thing. Human vocalizations were not unambiguous. I had recordings of humans weeping from grief, weeping from joy, weeping from frustration, weeping from pain, and weeping from, Dara told me, what she called being moved, which she defined as experiencing something so beautiful or significant that the body required an outlet for it. 5 different functional categories. 3 distinct acoustic profiles shared across all 5. I had recordings of humans laughing from amusement, from nervousness, from discomfort, from what one subject had described as laughing to keep from crying, and from a complicated emotional state that a third subject had called bittersweet, and that I had spent 4 hours trying to understand and had not fully succeeded. The taxonomy was not merely incomplete. The taxonomy was the wrong kind of object for the thing I was trying to describe.
What the sound is for.
By week 8, she had 206 recordings and a framework that had stopped being useful. At the end of week 6, I submitted a status report to the survey division. I described the taxonomy's current state, 73 primary categories, no stable acoustic-to-function mapping, evidence that the standard framework was structurally mismatched to the subject. I noted that the problem did not appear to be a matter of insufficient data. I had over 200 recordings, but rather a matter of the data not behaving in the way the framework assumed it would. I requested either methodological guidance from a senior xenobiologist with experience in complex vocal species, or reassignment to a subject better suited to standard survey methodology. The reply from Division Director Rathsay was prompt and professional. She said she appreciated the detailed status report. She said she was familiar with the difficulties that arose when standard frameworks met species with unusually complex social communication. It happened with 3 or 4 species per survey cycle, and the documentation we produced in these cases was often the most scientifically valuable. She said she did not have a senior xenobiologist available for secondment at this time. She said she was confident in my ability to continue and encouraged me to document my methodological challenges as thoroughly as I documented the vocalizations themselves. She said the assignment would take as long as it took. I thanked her for the guidance. I sat with my 214 recordings and my broken taxonomy and thought about what it meant to be confident in someone's ability to continue. I called Dara. She was not my subject. She was my administrative contact, a facilitator, not a participant. But she had answered more questions about human vocalization than anyone I had formally interviewed, and I had found her answers more useful than most of my structured sessions. I asked if I could speak with her informally. She said yes. I told her what I was trying to do. I told her that I had been attempting to build a catalog of human vocalizations for 11 years of species documentation work, and that I could not make it hold together. I told her that the same sounds kept appearing in contexts that should, by any biological logic, require different sounds. She listened. She was quiet for a moment. She said, "Can I ask what you're trying to use the catalog for?" I said it was for the species documentation record. It would become part of the hegemony's xenobiological archive, available to future researchers, diplomatic staff, anyone who needed to understand what humans were communicating without a translation suite. She said, "Okay. When you hear a sound and you're trying to understand it, I mean, when you're actually in the room with someone, what are you looking at?" I said I was listening to the vocalization, observing the context, noting the behavioral indicators. She said, "And does it usually work? Do you usually understand?" I thought about this. I said, "Most of the time." She said, "But you can't put that into the catalog." I said, "No. What I do when I'm in the room is not reducible to a set of acoustic rules." She said, "Yeah."
The design of the ambiguity.
She stopped trying to resolve it. She started trying to describe it. I went back to my recordings. I had been approaching them as a catalogist, each vocalization in its proper box, each box with its proper label, labels sufficient to reconstruct the meaning. I had been treating the recordings as evidence of a system I needed to decode. I tried approaching them differently. I listened to a recording of the woman whose daughter had been found. The sound she made, the weeping, the grief and joy, was, acoustically, nearly identical to the recording of the older man who had lost his family. But I had been in both rooms. I had seen both faces. I had watched the other humans in each room respond. They had not confused them. They had known, immediately and without apparent effort, which was grief and which was relief, and they had responded to each differently. Sitting quietly beside the older man, reaching out to touch the woman's arm and saying her name. They had not needed acoustic disambiguation to know. They had used everything else. They had used context, face, relationship, history, the particular quality of the air in the room. The sound was not the complete message. It was the part of the message that required the listener to complete it. I sat with this for a long time. I thought about what kind of species would evolve a communication system that required the participation of the listener to be fully meaningful. I thought about what it would mean to be wired that way, to need, at the most fundamental level of your biology, to be heard and interpreted by someone who cared enough to pay attention. I did not know what to do with this observation. At week 11, 3 weeks past the original schedule, I submitted my final taxonomy. It was thorough. It documented 431 recordings. It had 91 primary categories and 217 subcategories. I had flagged in each category the ambiguity range, the percentage of recordings in that category that could, by acoustic measurement alone, have belonged to a different category. For most categories, the ambiguity range was between 12 and 40%. For the grief, joy, fear vocalization cluster, it was 78%. I included a methodology note at the division director's encouragement. I wrote that the standard framework required modification for species whose vocalization system was designed to carry contextual ambiguity as a functional feature, rather than as noise to be filtered out. I wrote that human vocalizations could not be fully decoded by an external observer working from acoustic evidence alone. That full meaning required contextual, relational, and historical information that was, in practice, only accessible to participants in the communicative relationship. I wrote that this was, as best I could determine, intentional, not a flaw, a design. I sent the report. I had one more recording session scheduled, a voluntary interview with Dara, who had agreed to let me record her reading aloud a piece of human literature, which I had categorized under narrative communication. I had been looking forward to it, in a way I recognized as professionally irregular. She read a passage that described what a human parent felt watching a child sleep, the love, the fear, the fierce, irrational protectiveness. And she read it quietly without drama, and the sound of her voice doing it was in my category 12, subcategory 4, warmth, intimate, quiet. It was also by acoustic measurement in category 1, subcategory 3, distress, sustained. It was also something I had not cataloged, something for which I did not have a box. I kept the recording. I did not include it in the final taxonomy. I filed my expense report and prepared to leave Veth Station. Dara walked me to the transit dock. She said she hoped the taxonomy had been useful. I said it had been the most difficult and instructive survey I had conducted in 11 years. She laughed, Category 12, social bonding, or possibly Category 7, something else, and said she hoped that was a compliment. I said it was. I did not file what I thought about on the transit home. There is no category for it.
The long way round.
The standard procedure and evacuation assignment. 12 hours. 4 transports. 814 civilians. The settlement at Keth 7 had been inside the hegemony's operational territory for 11 months. I am familiar with how this happens. The advance moves faster than the administrative machinery can track. Population centers that were expected to be outside the operational zone end up inside it. Standard protocol in these cases is to leave civilian settlements undisturbed where possible. We are not in the business of harming civilians, and to process their evacuation or reintegration when the situation stabilizes. The ceasefire created the first opportunity for a stable situation. Keth 7 was on the first evacuation list. I was given the assignment 4 days after the ceasefire came into effect. The parameters were 814 registered human civilians, settlement Keth 7, to be evacuated to the transit hub at Verath Point in human-controlled space. Timeline: 12 hours, necessitated by the ongoing fragility of the ceasefire and the political complications of maintaining hegemony forces in close proximity to a human civilian population for any longer than necessary. My transport allocation was 4 vessels, 2 medium-capacity evacuation transports rated for 180 passengers each, 1 large-capacity transport rated for 200, and 1 smaller auxiliary transport rated for 50, for a total rated capacity of 610. I had 814 people to move. The mathematics were not favorable. However, I had worked with less favorable mathematics before, and I had a plan. The plan was standard triage boarding protocol, which I had used twice before in emergency civilian evacuation scenarios. Under triage boarding, you prioritize passengers by vulnerability. Children and infants first, followed by the elderly, and those with medical conditions requiring specialist care, followed by the general adult population. You load the most vulnerable onto the transport with the most stable flight characteristics and the best medical suite. You load subsequent groups in order. When your rated capacity is reached, you calculate the safe overage. Transports can typically carry 15 to 20% above rated capacity for short hauls, at some reduction in comfort and increased risk, and you identify which of the remaining passengers can wait for a second run. With safe overage applied, I estimated I could move approximately 700 on the first run. The remaining 100 plus would wait at Keth 7 under guard, a temporary measure, uncomfortable but not dangerous, and be collected on the second run within the hour. Total operation time, under 12 hours with margin. I communicated this plan to the settlement's human contact, a man named Petros who appeared to be serving as an informal community liaison. He had been cooperative in the preliminary communications. He said he understood the plan. He said he would pass it along to the settlement. I arrived at the Keth 7 landing zone at 0600 local time with my 4 transports and a logistics team of 12. The settlement was already at the landing zone, all of them.
The landing zone.
814 people in the early morning light, standing in clusters with their possessions. 814 people in the early morning light of a ceasefire planet, standing in family groups with their possessions. I want to be precise about what I observed, because it is relevant to understanding what followed. The humans were not waiting in any order I could immediately identify. They were not organized by age or medical status or household size. They were organized in clusters, groups of between 4 and 20 individuals, some obviously related by age and appearance, others apparently connected by something else I could not immediately determine. Each cluster had luggage. I am using the word luggage loosely. Some of them had standard format travel containers. Many of them had personal belongings bundled in improvised carriers, cloth tied around stacked items, boxes roped together, objects wrapped in other objects. One group had what appeared to be a collection of small clay pots, each one individually wrapped. Another group had, on a wheeled cart, what I recognized from xenocultural briefings as a human musical instrument, a large, heavy, acoustic keyboard instrument called a piano. I looked at the piano. I looked at my transports. My transports were rated for 610 passengers at standard luggage allowance. Standard luggage allowance in emergency evacuation is 1 bag per person. The piano was approximately the size of 1/4 of one of my transport's cargo bays. I found Petros. I explained the boarding procedure to Petros. I said we would begin with children under the age of 12, then the elderly, then those with medical documentation of conditions requiring specialist care. I said once the most vulnerable were loaded, we would proceed to general boarding until we reached safe transport capacity. Petros listened. He said he understood. He said, I need to explain something. I said, please, he said, when you call the children, their parents are going to need to come with them. I said, of course, parents of young children would be counted as essential carers and would board with their children. He said, and when the parents board, their parents are probably going to want to board too. I said the elderly were already in the second priority category. He said, and the Anderson family, that's the family with the piano, they're not going to leave without the Souza family because the Souzas lost their eldest son last year and Mrs. Anderson has been the one keeping Mrs. Souza functional and we're not separating them. I looked at him. He said, and the Souza family is not going to leave without the Andersons, so that's already a unit of 12. I said, I see. He said, it's going to be like that for most of the groups. I can tell you the clusters. I can tell you who won't board without who, but I can't give you vulnerability individuals. They don't work that way.
The problem with the plan.
The boarding protocol required individuals. The humans came in clusters. I revised the boarding protocol. With Petros's assistance, I mapped the clusters. There were 47 of them, ranging in size from 2 individuals to one of 23. The cluster logic was, once I understood it, internally coherent. Families, extended families, and then the satellite individuals who had been informally absorbed by families because they had no one else. Petros called these attached individuals neighbors, or friends, or people we picked up along the way. I counted 17 individuals in this last category. They were distributed across 8 clusters, 1 or 2 per cluster, apparently integrated into the cluster's social functioning to the point where separating them would have caused distress to both the individual and the cluster. I noted that none of the 17 had formal kin relationships with their host clusters. I noted that each cluster had 1 or 2 members who, by age or condition, would have qualified for first priority boarding under triage protocol, and that these members were also the ones whose absence would most destabilize the cluster's willingness to board at all. The triage protocol had been designed to protect the most vulnerable by loading them first. The cluster architecture meant that loading the most vulnerable first would destabilize the groups protecting the vulnerable. Medically, triage was correct. Operationally, it was counterproductive. I adapted to unit-based loading. Unit-based loading produced its own complications. The clusters had not been designed with transport capacity in mind. Some clusters fit neatly into sections of a transport. Others did not. One cluster of 9 had, apparently without consulting anyone else, decided that 3 of their members needed to be on the same transport as a cluster of 15 that they were not formally part of, but with whom they had some social relationship. Petros described as they went to school together before everything started. They need to be near each other. This required me to reassign 14 seats between transports to accommodate the adjacency requirement. I made the reassignment. 20 minutes later, Petros came to me and said that the reassignment had caused a problem because 2 of the members of the cluster of 15 were now going to be on a different transport than their grandmother, who had been separately counted as an elder category boarder and slotted into the large transport. I said the grandmother could be reassigned. He said yes, but she refused to board without her friend, who was also elderly, who was already in the large transport, and her friend refused to board without her. I looked at my assignment manifest. I said, Petros, are all of these people unwilling to board without someone else? He thought about it. He said, we've been here for 11 months. We've been scared for 11 months. When someone you love finally gets on a transport to get out, you want to see them get on.
The piano.
The Anderson family would not leave without it. Neth Pallor recalculated. The piano. I had been aware of the piano since I arrived. I had been avoiding addressing the piano. I addressed the piano. The Anderson family consisted of 11 individuals, 2 elderly grandparents, 3 adults in what appeared to be a sibling group with their respective partners, and 4 children ranging in age from approximately 3 to 14. They had the piano on a wheeled cart. They also had a considerable quantity of other luggage. The piano alone, by my estimate, occupied cargo space that could alternatively accommodate 32 standard luggage allowances, or 12 additional passengers if configured as emergency seating. I spoke with the Anderson grandmother. She was a small woman with white hair and very good posture. Her name was Marta. I explained the cargo situation. I said I understood the piano had personal significance. I said I needed to understand whether the instrument was transportable to the family's eventual destination by some other means, whether it could be stored at Keth 7 for later retrieval, or whether the family could identify which possessions were strictly necessary for immediate transit. She listened to all of this. She said, "My husband built that piano." I said, "I understand." She said, "He died in the 2nd year, before we knew how long this would be." I said nothing. She said, "I am not asking you to take the piano instead of people. I am asking you to take the piano as well as people." I recalculated. The 4 transports had a combined cargo volume allocation of approximately 800 standard luggage units. The piano occupied the equivalent of 32. If I reduced per person luggage allowance from 1 bag to 1/2 bag, feasible for a short haul, uncomfortable but not dangerous, I could recover enough cargo volume to accommodate the piano without displacing any passengers. The half-bag allowance would require the humans to leave additional possessions behind. Some of them had, I had already observed, brought considerably more than 1 bag. Some of them had brought items that were not bags at all: framed pictures, a collection of small clay pots wrapped individually, plants in containers, books strapped together in bundles. I consulted with Petros about the half-bag announcement. He said, "There are going to be things left behind that matter to people." I said I understood. He said, "Will you make sure, is there any way to record what gets left, so people know where it is, in case there's ever a way to retrieve it?" I assigned one of my logistics team members to photograph and catalog the items left at the landing zone before final departure. I announced the half-bag allowance. There was some distress. People made decisions about what to leave. The Anderson family distributed their excess luggage among other clusters, who absorbed it without apparent resentment. The piano stayed on its wheeled cart. I wrote in the operational log, "Cargo volume redistributed to accommodate non-standard item, sentimental value, family unit cohesion maintained." I did not write what I thought when Marta Anderson thanked me. There is not a field for it.
The long way round.
By hour 10, they were 200 seats short and had not lost a single person. The first transport lifted at 11:40. I watched it go. I had put the families with young children and the elderly who required medical monitoring on the first transport, the one with the best medical suite, and also the Anderson family, because the piano had been loaded into that transport's cargo bay, and I did not want to leave it behind if something went wrong with the schedule. Marta Anderson sat near the cargo bay door for the first 20 minutes of the manifest process, I was told, and would not move until the piano was confirmed loaded. The second and third transports loaded and lifted at 12:20 and 12:45. By this point I had a system. Petros and I had gone through the clusters. Petros knew which groups could be separated into which transport without causing problems, and the humans had worked out among themselves who wanted to be near who. The manifest I had begun with at 0600 had been revised 17 times by the time the third transport lifted. 191 people remained. I had the fourth transport, the auxiliary, capacity 50, and I had a second run scheduled. The mathematics meant that I would be bringing 2 or 3 transports back for the remaining group. This was within the 12-hour window, but barely. I walked among the remaining 191. I had expected, I am not certain what I had expected, some distress at being left for the second run, some resentment. I found something different. Approximately 30 of the remaining 191 had not been left behind by the mathematics. They had stayed. Petros explained it to me when I asked. Several of the cluster groups had individuals who had chosen to wait with other clusters rather than board the first runs. An elderly man had let his daughter's family go ahead on the first transport, so that a woman in a neighboring cluster, who had no family remaining, would have someone to travel with on a later run. A teenage girl had traded her place on the second transport with a man who had severe anxiety about confined spaces and needed to be on a less crowded run. A family of 4 had stayed because their neighbor was 7 months pregnant, and they did not want her waiting alone. None of these arrangements had been coordinated through me. They had happened in the 3 hours between my arrival and the first transport lifting, worked out among the humans themselves. I looked at my manifest. The people who had stayed behind were not, by triage protocol, the appropriate people to stay behind. Several of them were elderly. One of the children had a respiratory condition. I said, these arrangements were made voluntarily. No one was pressured. Petros said, no. People just sorted themselves out. I said, the arrangements are suboptimal from a medical risk standpoint. He said, I know, but the people who stayed behind made the choice.
The empty landing zone.
The last transport lifted at 1547. The landing zone was quiet. The second run was coordinated and faster than the first. I brought back 2 transports. The 191 loaded in 1 hour and 22 minutes, faster than any previous loading phase, because by this point Petros and I had worked out a process, and the remaining group had also worked out their own internal arrangements, and arrived at the loading ramp already sorted into boarding order. The pregnant woman was on the second-to-last boarding group. She thanked me as she boarded. I said I hoped the transit was smooth. She said she hoped so too. The man with the anxiety about confined spaces boarded second to last. One of the logistics team members who had been working the manifest all day walked him to his seat, which had been positioned near a viewport. This had not been in my operational orders. I observed it and said nothing. The last group was 12 people. Petros, 7 members of an extended family, and the 3 individuals Petros had categorized as neighbors, friends, people we picked up along the way. They boarded together. As they boarded, they did something I have not seen in any other evacuation I have coordinated. They looked back, not at anything in particular, at the landing zone, at the settlement visible on the ridge above it, the buildings where they had been living for 11 months, the street plan visible from below, the shapes of houses. They stood in the boarding ramp doorway and looked at it for a moment. Petros was the last one through. He stood at the top of the ramp and looked back, and then he came inside, and the ramp sealed. The 4th transport lifted at 1547, 1 hour and 13 minutes before the 12-hour deadline. All 814 registered civilians were accounted for. No casualties. No medical incidents requiring emergency intervention. 14 items of non-standard cargo were transported under revised cargo allocation, including 1 large acoustic keyboard instrument, 1 collection of hand-thrown pottery, and 7 framed visual artworks. 43 items were logged and photographed at the landing zone for potential future retrieval. I filed the incident report with Ceasefire Operations Command. The report recorded 814 evacuated, 0 casualties, operation completed within timeline. The report did not record that the manifest had been revised 17 times. It did not record the arrangements the humans had made among themselves, the 30 who stayed behind voluntarily, the man with anxiety seated by the viewport, the teenage girl who traded her place with him. The report did not record that I stood at the landing zone for 40 minutes after the last transport lifted, completing my post-operational site check, and that the site was quiet in the way places are quiet when they have recently held a great many people and now hold none. The report did not record what I saw when Petros looked back. I do not know the word for what that was. It was not grief. They were leaving somewhere that had been difficult and frightening. It was not happiness. They were leaving something. It was both of those at once. It was the specific human thing that I am not sure I have a category for, the looking back at a place you are glad to be leaving because leaving means you survived. I noted in the personal section of my mission log, which is not filed with command, the evacuation was successful. I am uncertain how to classify the last 20 minutes of the operation. I left that entry unresolved. It is still unresolved.
The formal apology.
The prepared statement, the apology, was correct. The language was precise. She had rehearsed it 4 times. The telestation incident occurred in the 14th month of the conflict. Telestation was a civilian supply depot and medical transit facility operated by the Human-Civilian Humanitarian Coordination Network. It was not a military installation. It was not being used for military purposes at the time of the strike. The operational order that directed the strike was based on intelligence that had misidentified the station as a military logistics hub. The error was discovered 22 minutes after the strike had been carried out. 214 civilians died. 47 more were injured, 11 of whom sustained permanent disability. The station's medical facilities, which had been serving injured civilians from a resettlement area 40 kilometers away, were destroyed. The resettlement facility lost its medical support for 6 weeks until alternative arrangements could be made. These are the facts as recorded in the incident review, which was completed 8 months later and classified at the senior diplomatic level. The review determined that the strike had been carried out in good faith adherence to available intelligence, but that the intelligence had been inadequate and the verification procedures had been insufficient. The review recommended a formal acknowledgement of responsibility and an apology to the surviving family members. I was assigned to deliver the apology 11 months after the ceasefire. My assignment brief stated that the apology had been approved at the ministry level and that the language was final. I would deliver it to a meeting with 11 representatives of the surviving family members. I would answer any questions they put to me. I would receive any statement they chose to make in response. I would file a report. I read the approved language. I prepared. The approved language was thorough. It acknowledged responsibility in explicit terms, not regrettable operational error, but a strike carried out on the basis of intelligence that was inadequate and verification procedures that should have prevented it and did not. It acknowledged the specific deaths by total count and stated that each death was the direct result of hegemony action. It committed to the compensation framework that had already been established. It stated, in language I had pushed to have included during the review consultation, no military or strategic justification existed for this operation. The strike should not have occurred. It was a failure of the hegemony's own standards, and the responsibility for it belongs to the hegemony. I had pushed for that language because the earlier drafts had included a clause about the intelligence failure being a systemic issue across multiple commands, which was true, but which had the effect of diffusing the acknowledgement of responsibility across so many entities that it ceased to be an acknowledgement. The clause was removed. The final language was direct. I rehearsed it 4 times. I did not know what else I could do to prepare for the meeting. The apology was as right as I knew how to make it. Whether it was sufficient was a different question, and I was aware that I did not know the answer and that it was not, in the end, my question to answer. The meeting was at a location the family representatives had chosen, a community center in a resettlement district that had processed survivors from the Tellez station area. I was told the 11 representatives had traveled from 4 different locations to be there. I arrived on time.
The 11 representatives.
She had read the profiles. Reading a name beside the words daughter, 19 years, Tellez station is a different experience than standing in the room. The community center was a plain building. The meeting room had a rectangular table, chairs, and windows that faced a courtyard where some kind of cultivated plant was growing in raised beds. I did not know what kind. I noted the light. 11 people. I had been given brief profiles. Names, family relationship to a Tellez station victim, current location and occupation. I had read them. Reading a name beside the words daughter, 19 years, Tellez station is a different experience than standing in a room with the person who carries that loss. The 11 representatives ranged in age from what I estimated was late 20s to one man who appeared to be in his 80s. He was the eldest, I had noted in the profiles. His name was Henrik, and his wife and adult daughter had both been at Tella's station on the day of the strike. They were quiet when I entered. Not hostile, quiet in the way that people are quiet when they have been waiting a long time and have already spent all of their observable emotion and now are waiting again. I introduced myself. I said I was Senior Attaché Kaelvira, representing the Hegemony Foreign Ministry. I said I was here to deliver the ministry's formal apology for the telestation incident on behalf of the Hegemony. I delivered the apology. The apology took 4 minutes and 20 seconds to deliver. I had memorized it well enough that I did not look at my notes. I looked at the 11 people, distributing attention around the room as I had been trained to do in diplomatic address, not settling on any single person too long, covering the group. I said the words I had prepared. I said them correctly. When I finished, there was silence. I had expected questions, or a formal response, or the kind of measured diplomatic exchange for which I had also prepared. The family representative spokesperson, a woman in her 40s named Adiz, who had submitted the written response request that had prompted the formal apology process, had been introduced to me as representing the collective position of the group. She did not speak. The silence lasted approximately 40 seconds, which is a long time in a small room. Then Henrik, the elderly man, the one who had lost his wife and daughter, said, "Would you like some tea?" I did not immediately understand the question. He said it again mildly. He was already getting up from his chair, moving toward a small table against the wall where there was, I now saw, an electric kettle and several mugs and a tin that presumably contained tea. I said, yes. Yep. Thank you." He made the tea himself. He boiled the water. He placed the leaves in the cups. He asked me if I took it with anything. I said plain was fine. He brought me a mug. He brought mugs to each of the 11 representatives. He sat down. He said, "All right. What would you like to know?"
The 3 hours.
She had prepared for the apology. She had not prepared for what came after it. I had not understood what he meant by "what would you like to know." I said I was here to receive their response to the apology if they wished to give one. Henrik said, "We've written the official response. Adiz has it, we can give you that." He looked at me steadily. He said, "I meant, what do you want to know about them?" The 214. I said, "I would be grateful to hear whatever you wish to share." The next 3 hours are not in my diplomatic report. They told me about the people who had died, not in aggregate, not as a count or a category, but as individuals, one by one, moving around the table, each representative speaking about the people they had lost. Henrik's wife had been a nurse. She had been at Tella's station because she was coordinating the medical transit records for the resettlement facility. Administrative work, not her specialty, but she was good at organization. His daughter had come to help her. She had been 3 months away from completing her certification in what he called landscape design. She had wanted to work on rebuilding degraded agricultural land. She had been reading about it for years. She had projects planned. He said her name, Lena. He said it once simply, and then continued. The woman across the table, her son, had been 26. He had been a teacher. He had been at Tella's station because he had organized a group of children from the resettlement area for what he described to his mother as a field trip, just somewhere different for one day, because the children had not left the resettlement compound in 6 months. There were 7 children with him. He had put them all under the transport bay equipment housing when the strike warning sounded. They had survived. He had not. His mother said his name. She said it was Marcus. She said he had been good at making children laugh. They kept going. A young woman named her representative was her older brother, who had been 22 and had been at Tella's station because she was training as a medic and was on her third practicum rotation. She had, her brother said, been afraid of being a medic, right up until she started, and then she was not afraid at all. She had been good at it very quickly. She had sent him a message the day before the strike saying she thought she had found what she wanted to do. An older man named Dmitri, who had been 64 and had worked on the station's water purification systems for 3 years. He had a collection of what his granddaughter, who was the representative for his family, described as rocks. Just rocks from everywhere he'd ever been. His granddaughter said she had the collection now. She said he had labeled each one with a small piece of tape and written where it was from. The label from Tella's station said arrived, not sure yet if I like it, weather is good. He had liked it, his granddaughter said. He had stopped complaining about the weather in his messages home within a month. The granddaughter was not crying while she said this. She had said it in the particular tone of someone who has told the story many times and has found that telling it is the way to keep the person present. I recognized this, I think, though I had not encountered it before in a professional context. I was keeping track, Henrik's wife and daughter, Marcus who had shielded the children, the young medic whose name was Nursery, Dmitri who labeled his rocks. One by one around the table, the names arriving like objects placed carefully in front of me. I held them. I had no other word for what I was doing. I held them.
What Henrik said.
Near the end of the second hour, he made more tea and asked her a question she could not answer. Near the end of the second hour, Henrik made more tea. He did not ask. He got up, filled the kettle, and made a second round while the conversation continued around him. He moved slowly and without apparent haste. He had the manner of someone who had been old for a long time and was at peace with its requirements. When he sat down again, he said, "Can I ask you something?" I said yes. He said, "The people who gave the order, the targeting people, do they know what happened?" I said the incident review had been conducted and that the officers involved in the targeting chain had been identified and subject to review procedures. He said, "But do they know about Lena, about Marcus and Nursery, about Dmitri?" I said the review had assessed the casualty count. He said, "That's not what I asked." I was quiet. He said, "I'm not asking because I want to punish them. I'm past that. I was never much at that, honestly. I'm asking because I think it matters, whether they know." He looked at his mug. "When I was a young man, I broke something that belonged to someone else. I broke it accidentally. It wasn't malicious, but I was careless and it broke. It was a thing that mattered to them. And I told myself it was an accident and I was sorry and I moved on. And it was years later before I really understood that what I had broken was. It was not just a thing. It was a thing with a whole history that I had never known and didn't take the time to find out." He said, "The 214 weren't a number. They were each someone's whole history that you didn't know." He looked at me. He said, "I'm glad you came today. I'm glad you heard their names." At the end of the third hour, Adiz gave me the formal written response. It was brief. 3 paragraphs acknowledging the receipt of the apology, noting the adequacy of the language, and stating the family representative's position on the compensation framework. It was the document I had expected. It was the document that would be entered into the diplomatic record. I thanked them. There was a general movement of people rising, preparing to leave. I shook hands. They do this. It means respect. It has always meant respect. I have always known this with each of the 11. Henrik shook my hand and then held it for a moment, just a moment, with both of his and said, "Safe travels." I said, "Thank you for the tea." He said, "You're welcome. Come back if you're ever in the area." I understood this was a courtesy offered rather than a literal invitation. I said I would. I left the community center. I stood outside for a moment in the air of the afternoon. The courtyard plants were visible through the windows. I do not know what kind they were. I still do not know.
What she filed.
The report said, the apology was delivered and received. This was accurate. I filed the report on the transit back to the ministry. Mission: delivery of formal apology, telestation incident. Apology delivered to 11 family representatives at agreed meeting location. Approved language delivered in full, without deviation. Representatives present for full duration. Formal written response received from family spokesperson. Response text attached as Appendix A. Compensation framework status acknowledged by representatives as satisfactory pending implementation review. Assessment: mission objectives completed. Apology delivered and received. Diplomatic record updated accordingly. This was accurate. I did not file Henrik's wife's name or his daughter's name, or the fact that his daughter had been 3 months from completing her certification and had projects planned. I did not file Marcus or Suri or Dimitri, or the label on the telestation rock that said arrived. Not sure yet if I like it, weather is good. I did not file the 2 rounds of tea, or what Henrik said about the thing he had broken when he was young, or the 40 seconds of silence after the apology. The report had no fields for these things. I did not know whether the absence of those fields was a design of the system or an oversight, and I found I was not sure the distinction mattered. I carried the names home. I do not mean this metaphorically. I had written them in my personal notation, in the order they had been given to me, in the way I had been trained to note anything I was responsible for remembering. The note was not filed with the report. It was in the private section of my mission log under a heading I created which I called What She Heard. Henrik's wife, Elena, his daughter, Lena, Marcus, Suri, Dimitri, who labeled his rocks. There were 214 names total, and I did not have all of them. I had the ones that had been given to me that afternoon. 11 representatives had spoken for their dead, and I had perhaps 30 names, perhaps a few more, in the notes I had taken. I requested the full casualty list from the incident review records. I had clearance for it. It was sent to me. I read all 214 names. I do not know what I thought I was doing. It was not standard procedure. It had not been requested. It was not something that appeared in any training for diplomatic attaches, and I do not think it would appear in any training I could design for the position, because it was not a skill and it was not a technique. It was simply reading, paying attention to each name, 214 times, giving a moment to someone who had not been given that moment when they died. I have not mentioned this to anyone. I filed the report. The report said, apology delivered and received. Mission objectives completed. The report was correct. A week later, I received a short message from Henrik. It said he hoped I had arrived home safely and that he thought the formal apology had been a difficult thing to have to deliver, and he appreciated that I had done it well. He said he hoped things were going all right for me. I did not know what to write back. I wrote, "Thank you. I have been thinking about the names." He wrote back after a day. He said, "So have I. We all have. That's the work." I read that 3 times. I still do not know if I understand it entirely. I think I am still doing the work. I think that may be the point.
The Nursery.
The assignment: she arrives at the human ward with a clipboard and 17 years of medical evaluation practice. My name is Sale This. My designation within the Medical Integration and Exchange Division is Senior Protocol Evaluation Officer. Grade 6. I have conducted facility assessments for the hegemony for 17 years. I have reviewed medical facilities across 9 integrated species. I have written 211 evaluation reports. They have all been, in my considered professional opinion, correct. I was assigned to the Human Pediatric Review in the 3rd month of the Joint Medical Exchange Program, which was itself a product of the post-war integration framework. The assignment was presented as routine. An anomaly in the occupation-era data had flagged human child mortality rates as statistically below predicted ranges, significantly below, in some territories, compared to equivalent hegemony populations receiving standard of care protocols. The medical division wanted to know what the humans were doing. The assignment was to go and find out. I expected the review to take 2 days. I expected to find efficiencies I could document and either dismiss or recommend for consideration. I expected to return with a 17-point report and a clear conclusion. I was in the human pediatric ward for 11 days. I arrived at the facility on the morning of the review period, having pre-submitted my evaluation framework and requested access to protocols, procedure logs, medication records, and staffing schedules. All of these were provided promptly and in good order. The human administrative staff was efficient, courteous, and responsive to documentation requests. This I had expected. What I had not modeled precisely was the entrance to the pediatric ward itself. The door was painted, not the institutional color I had anticipated, functional beige, the standard in hegemony medical facilities for 16 consecutive regulatory cycles, because it is easy to sanitize and does not create visual distraction in a care environment. The door was yellow, not a medical yellow, not a cautionary designation yellow. Yellow in the way that a color is chosen because someone decided it should be that color. On the wall beside the door, a mural, fish, blue water, rounded shapes in orange and green, and a red that was very specifically the color of a particular kind of fruit I had seen in the market district near the facility. The fish had large eyes. They were, I noted, anatomically approximate but clearly not precise. They were fish the way a child might draw a fish, simplified with intent. I noted this in my evaluation log under environmental design, supplemental, and proceeded.
The ward.
The catalog begins. Each item resists the form. The ward contains 16 patient stations for pediatric cases, ages ranging from neonatal to approximately 4 standard years. 8 additional stations were designated for intensive care. I will describe what I observed, in the order I observed it, because the sequential accumulation of the observations was, I believe, relevant to my eventual conclusions. First, the walls throughout the ward were painted with images, not patterns, not neutral color fields. Images of animals, of trees, of what appeared to be stylized representations of various atmospheric conditions, including what I eventually identified as a rainbow, which I understood to be a human-specific optical phenomenon associated in their cultural material with positive emotional valence. The images were at a height appropriate to be seen from the level of a small child in a bed. I noted this in my log as environmental design, motivational framing, and moved on. Second, each patient station contained at least one object that was not medical equipment. In most cases, several objects. These objects were soft, compressible, constructed in animal shapes, and appeared to have no sanitary or clinical function whatsoever. I recorded their dimensions and approximate weights and noted them under personal effects, patient introduced, and then revised that notation when I discovered they were ward-issued. They were provided to patients upon admission. I asked the nurse on duty what the objects were for. She said, "Comfort." I wrote this in my log and stood there for a moment. Third, the chairs. Each patient station had a chair positioned beside the bed. This was not unusual. What was unusual was that several of these chairs were occupied by humans I identified as family members of the patients in varying states of sleep. One adult male was asleep in a chair at a 90-degree angle that appeared, by any physiological measure, extremely uncomfortable. He was asleep nonetheless. On his lap was a child's blanket that had slipped partially onto the floor. He had not woken to retrieve it. One adult female had arranged herself in a chair with her head resting on her folded arms on the edge of the bed, her hand extended so that her fingers were touching the arm of the small patient in the bed beside her. They were both asleep. Her hand had not moved. I consulted with the ward administrator about the family presence policy. He explained that family members were encouraged to remain overnight if they wished. The chairs were designed for extended occupancy. They had a fold-down component that I had not noticed that allowed for a more horizontal position. There was a small room adjacent to the ward with additional sleeping facilities for family members who needed them. I asked whether the family presence had been demonstrated to improve patient outcomes. He said, yes. And then he paused and said, but that's not the only reason we do it. I noted this exchange under policy justification incomplete and continued my evaluation. Fourth, the mobiles. At each infant station in the neonatal section of the ward, there was a device suspended above the bed on a flexible arm. The device rotated slowly. It bore small objects at the end of thin filaments, shapes in primary colors, some geometric, some representational. Animals, stars, simple forms. The infant beneath each mobile could not, based on my understanding of neonatal visual development, clearly resolve the shapes at that distance. The images were blurred to them. What they could perceive was movement and color contrast and the rotation. I watched one mobile for approximately 3 minutes. The infant beneath it was awake. It was watching the mobile with an attention that I recognized, in a way I could not immediately articulate as recognition, not of the shapes, but of the movement. It tracked. It followed. At one point it made a sound that I could find no clinical designation for in my evaluation framework, and I eventually noted under neonatal vocalization, positive effect, which I understood to be a significant understatement. The mobile turned. The infant watched it turn. I stood there for 3 minutes and then wrote several lines of notes that I later removed from the official evaluation because I could not determine which section they belonged in.
The protocol.
The data exists. The outcomes are measurable. The reason is not. I spent days 3 through 7 conducting a systematic cross-reference of the observational data against the outcomes metrics provided by the facility. The data were clear. The human facility's child mortality rate for comparable severity cases was 19% below the hegemony benchmark for integrated populations. Recovery time for post-surgical pediatric cases was, on average, 23% shorter. The neonatal developmental assessment scores at 6 months showed a marked positive deviation from the hegemony's standard of care cohort data, a deviation that the facility's own medical records correlated, in their internal review documentation, with the duration and quality of family contact during the neonatal period. I noted all of this in my evaluation with complete professional accuracy. I also noted, with complete professional accuracy, that I did not know how to write the word comfort in the mechanisms section of the evaluation framework. The framework had 37 mechanism categories. None of them were comfort. I requested a meeting with the ward's lead physician to discuss methodology. The lead physician was a human woman named Dr. Kira Osai. She received me in her office, which had, I noted, a small plant on the windowsill and several drawings tacked to the wall that had clearly been made by children and given to her. She did not appear to notice these things. They were simply part of her office. I presented her with my data analysis and asked the central question of the evaluation. By what mechanism did the environmental and behavioral interventions produce the documented outcome improvement? She said stress response. When children are distressed and being ill and in an unfamiliar environment is distressing, their bodies dedicate resources to managing that stress that would otherwise go to healing. When you reduce the distress, you free those resources. The painted walls, the presence of the parents, the mobiles, they are not decorative. They are physiological intervention. I said, the stuffed animals. She said without hesitation, yes. The stuffed animals are physiological intervention. I wrote this in my notes. I thought about the word comfort and the 37 mechanism categories that did not include it. I said, we do not do this in hegemony pediatric facilities. She looked at me for a moment and then said, very carefully, I know.
The singing.
Something happens in the ward on the 8th evening that is not in any protocol document. On the 8th day of my evaluation, I was reviewing the ward in the early evening. I had extended my review period twice by this point, each time with a different professional justification that I believed at the time to be accurate. A nurse was changing a dressing on a small patient, a child of approximately 2 years, who was in visible distress. The procedure required the child to hold still. The child was not holding still. The nurse began to sing. I cannot reproduce the song in this report because I do not know what it was. It was quiet, melodic, repetitive in a way that suggested structure. The nurse did not look away from the dressing she was managing. She did not stop working. She sang while she worked, and the child, who had been crying and twisting, gradually stilled. Not completely, there was still distress. The procedure was still uncomfortable, but the crying softened. The child looked at the nurse's face. The nurse, still singing, looked briefly at the child and nodded in a way that communicated something I do not have a precise word for but would approximate as, yes, I know, and I am here, and we are almost done. The dressing was completed. The nurse stopped singing. The child, after a moment, looked at the mobile above its bed. I stood at the edge of the room for a long time after they had both moved on. I asked the ward administrator afterward whether the nursing staff were trained in therapeutic vocalization techniques. He said, they sing to the children. It's something people do. I said, is it in the protocol documentation? He said, the protocol documentation says to use non-pharmacological comfort interventions during procedures where appropriate. It's understood to include singing. I said, it's understood. He said, yes. I said, by whom? He said, by anyone who has ever tried to keep a 2-year-old still during a dressing change. I did not write this exchange in my evaluation report. I considered it. I did not write it because I could not determine the mechanism category it belonged in, and more importantly because I had the specific and uncomfortable sensation that the mechanism category it belonged in was one that the hegemony's evaluation framework had not thought to create. I went back to the ward. I watched the mobiles turn for a while. I went to my accommodation and wrote 9 pages of notes that I designated as personal observation, separate from the evaluation, which I had never done before in 17 years of evaluation practice.
The report.
17 years of evaluation practice. One recommendation she cannot fully explain. Pediatric Protocol Evaluation Report Joint Medical Exchange Program. Cycle 1 prepared by Sale Thys, Medical Integration and Exchange Division. Grade 6 Review Period. 11 days Summary of Findings. The Human Pediatric Care Facility demonstrated statistically significant positive deviation from hegemony benchmark outcomes across all measured categories. Child mortality rate, post-surgical recovery time, neonatal developmental assessment, and complication incidence. The deviations ranged from 14 to 23% improvement over hegemony standard of care protocols for comparable patient populations. The following protocol elements were identified as contributing to outcome improvement based on cross-referencing of facility outcome data with comparable hegemony population data and supported by the facility's internal review literature. 1. Intentional environmental design of patient spaces, including decorative imagery calibrated to the visual and developmental stage of pediatric patients. Mechanism: reduction of environmental stress response, documented to free physiological resources for healing. 2. Provision of tactile comfort objects to all pediatric patients upon admission. Mechanism: as above. 3. Open family presence policy allowing continuous family member access to patient stations, including overnight accommodation. Mechanism: documented reduction in cortisol response and associated improvement in healing trajectory. 4. Mobile sensory stimulation devices at neonatal stations. Mechanism: documented positive developmental effect on neonatal visual and neurological development. Additional effect on stress response reduction. 5. Non-pharmacological comfort vocalization during procedures. Mechanism: documented reduction in patient distress response during minor medical procedures. Recommendations: this evaluation recommends adoption of all 5 identified protocol elements across hegemony pediatric facilities in integration territories, and further recommends consideration for adoption in all hegemony pediatric facilities system-wide. The outcome data is sufficient to support adoption without further study, though further study is also recommended to fully characterize the mechanisms involved. This recommendation is made without qualification. The human pediatric protocols produce measurably better outcomes for pediatric patients. This is the criterion by which medical protocols are evaluated. By this criterion, the human protocols are superior to current hegemony standards. This evaluation is complete. Appended note: for the record, I have reviewed 211 medical facilities in 17 years. I have written 211 evaluation reports. This is the first evaluation I extended by more than 1 day. I extended this one by 9. I am not certain the extension was strictly necessary for the data collection.
The question.
Her supervisor calls. The data is clear. The answer is not. My supervising director, Orath Vane, called me 4 days after I submitted the evaluation. He said, "The data is good. The recommendation is supported. The mechanisms section is unusual." I said, "The mechanisms are documented in the outcomes data and supported by the facility's internal review literature." He said, "You have listed singing under comfort intervention under stress response reduction. You have listed stuffed animals under tactile comfort under stress response reduction. These are not standard mechanism categories." I said, "They are the most accurate categories I could identify. The standard mechanism categories do not adequately describe the interventions." He said, The standard mechanism categories describe every approved clinical intervention across 47 integrated species. I said, yes. He said, so what the humans are doing does not resemble any approved clinical intervention across 47 integrated species. I said, not in its form. In its effect it does. The effect is measurable and significant, and I have documented it thoroughly. There was a pause. He said, why do they do it? I considered the question. I thought about Dr. Osai saying the stuffed animals are physiological intervention without hesitation, as if this were obvious, as if any person of good sense would know this. I thought about the nurse singing to the small patient who was distressed and could not hold still. I thought about the parent asleep in a chair at a 90-degree angle, the blanket slipped onto the floor, his hand at rest because the child he was staying for was asleep. I thought about the mobile turning above the infant who watched it with the full, serious attention of a creature encountering something it recognized as good. I said, I believe the humans do it because the children are frightened. Being ill and in an unfamiliar place is frightening. The humans appear to have organized their pediatric protocols around the premise that frightened children heal worse than children who are not frightened, and that a significant clinical intervention is anything that helps a frightened child not be frightened. Orath Vane said, that is what the mechanism section says. I said, yes. He said, that is not an explanation for the singing. I said, no. There was a silence. I said, the singing is what you do when a child is frightened and you are there and you want to help. I do not have a mechanism category for it. I believe the humans would say it does not require one. Orath Vane was quiet for a moment. He said, I'll approve the recommendation. He did not ask me anything else. I think, looking back, that he understood the part I was not able to put in the report. I think he simply chose not to make me try to say it in a language the form could hold. I submitted the final evaluation. I did not delete the 9 pages of personal observation notes. I still have them.
The reading.
The mandate 2,000 texts, a 2-month deadline, standard parameters. I am Tealmara, Cultural Threat Assessment, Grade 7, attached to the Cultural Integration Division for the duration of the post-war exchange framework. I have conducted ideological content analysis for the hegemony for 15 years. I have assessed the cultural archives of 7 integrated species. I have, in that time, produced 342 threat classification reports. I have never taken longer than the authorized assessment period to complete any of them. The Human Literary Assessment was authorized as a 60-day project. The corpus under review consisted of approximately 2,000 texts in translation, fiction, poetry, historical narrative, dramatic work, and what the humans classified as essay, meaning nonfiction prose written with an individual voice and perspective. The mandate was standard. Identify content constituting an ideological threat to hegemony governance, content suitable for inspiring organized resistance, and content potentially usable for counter-propaganda purposes against hegemony messaging. The assessment took 14 months. This report will explain why. In the first week, I processed 140 texts. This was above projected pace. Many of them were straightforwardly classifiable under existing category parameters. Historical narratives with explicit content critiquing governance structures, political essays with clear ideological frameworks, some fiction with overt allegorical content regarding resistance and occupation. I flagged 43 texts for secondary review and cleared the remainder as low threat. I was satisfied with my pace. In the second week, I slowed. I slowed because I had reached a category of text the assessment parameters had not precisely anticipated. Human fiction that appeared to have no ideological content at all. Stories about people, about specific people, about what those specific people felt and thought and did, told in detail and at length, without apparent political content, without allegorical structure, without apparent utility to any propaganda framework. I spent 4 days attempting to determine whether these texts were encoded. The encoding hypothesis seemed more likely than the alternative, which was that a species had produced thousands of pages of literature with no apparent function. The encoding hypothesis was not supported by further analysis. The alternative appeared to be correct.
The first category.
She develops a taxonomy. The categories keep collapsing. I developed a working taxonomy for the human corpus, separate from the standard threat categories, in order to process the material at adequate pace. Working Category A, texts with identifiable ideological content, political philosophy, explicit governance critique, content likely to inspire organized resistance. These were a smaller portion of the corpus than I had anticipated. 41 texts, eventually. They were not the most interesting part of the corpus. I assigned them their threat classifications and set them aside. Working Category B, historical and documentary narrative, accounts of human events, including wars, political transitions, and what the humans classified as disasters. These were numerous and detailed. The humans appeared to document their history extensively and from multiple conflicting perspectives simultaneously, which I found unusual. The hegemony archives one perspective per event. The humans archived 17, Working Category C, what I initially designated non-ideological fiction, stories about people without apparent political content. This category grew. It grew until it comprised the majority of the corpus. I kept subdividing it. The subdivisions kept collapsing into each other. I reached month 3 of a 2-month assessment. I submitted an interim report noting that the corpus was larger and more complex than the initial parameters had anticipated, and requesting a 60-day extension. The extension was granted. In the 4th month, I reviewed a text that I have since read 6 times. It was a novel, a fiction of approximately 400 pages, about an elderly human man who was losing his memory. The text followed him across approximately 2 years as he forgot, incrementally, the details of his life, his wife's name, the names of his children, the location of his house in a city he had lived in for 40 years. The text contained no political content, no resistance material, no ideological framework applicable to any hegemony counter-messaging protocol. What it contained was the man's interior experience as he lost the things he had spent a lifetime knowing. The text was written with a precision I had not expected from a document with no apparent intelligence value. The author had chosen specific details, the exact texture of a particular chair, the specific quality of light in a particular room in late afternoon, the sound a particular door made when opened, and traced how those details became inaccessible, one by one, until the man was left with something the text called presence without content. He was still there, but the things that had made there into his specific life were gone. I classified this text as negligible threat, no ideological content, behavioral study value possible. I also wrote 4 pages of notes I did not include in the classification. I moved to the next text.
The reading.
The 2-month assessment becomes 6 months, becomes 14. The notes accumulate. By month 6, I had developed a clearer picture of what the human literary corpus was. I had expected the threat literature to dominate. It did not. What dominated, what was central, persistent, and consistent across genre and period and apparent cultural subgroup, was literature about interiority. The humans were extraordinarily interested in what it felt like to be a specific person, in a specific situation, not what happened, not the political significance of what happened, what it felt like from inside to the specific person it was happening to. They had developed over several centuries, based on the dates attached to the translations, an entire technical apparatus for rendering this. Narrative perspective, the selection of a specific mind through which the reader experiences the story. Interior monologue, direct access to thought without the mediating voice of an external narrator. Free indirect style, a technique that moved fluidly between character thought and authorial voice, so that the boundary between them became indistinct. Unreliable narration, the deliberate use of a narrator whose account the reader is meant to distrust, not because the story is unclear, but because human subjectivity is unclear, and the humans considered this worth examining in fiction. I spent a week on the concept of unreliable narration alone. The hegemony archives did not have an equivalent technical term. The hegemony archives did not have an equivalent technique, as far as I could determine. The concept that a narrator might be systematically wrong about their own experience without knowing it, and that this wrongness might itself be the subject, was not something I had encountered in the literary output of any integrated species. The human literature, across the full corpus, was doing something that I eventually came to understand as a form of deliberate cognitive extension. The texts were engineering situations in which the reader inhabited a different consciousness, not observed it, inhabited it. The technical apparatus of interiority, the perspective, the interior monologue, the free indirect style, was designed to make the reader experience the world from inside a mind that was not their own, across difference of circumstance, of time, of category of being. A text about an elderly man losing his memory was not simply a document about cognitive decline. It was a mechanism for experiencing cognitive decline from inside it, without experiencing it directly. A text about a child in wartime was not simply a historical document. It was a mechanism for knowing what a specific child thought and felt and understood about what was happening to her, which was different from what any adult observer would have recorded about her situation. The humans were manufacturing empathy, at scale, across centuries. I found this difficult to classify under any threat category. I also found it, and this is not a term I would ordinarily use in an assessment context, extraordinary. I requested a second extension. It was granted with less enthusiasm than the first.
The conversation.
She asks the professional question. He gives the answer underneath it. In month 9, I was granted access to a human cultural specialist, Professor Arash Karami, literary history, attached to the Joint Exchange Cultural Integration Committee. I arranged a formal interview to clarify outstanding classification questions. I presented him with a summary of the corpus taxonomy and asked for clarification on the technical apparatus of interiority, specifically whether the techniques I had identified were deliberate ideological instruments. He said, "Deliberate, yes. Ideological, it depends what you mean." I said, "Instruments designed to produce particular beliefs or behaviors in the reader." He said, "Not beliefs exactly, more like access. The techniques are designed to give the reader access to an experience that isn't theirs, to make it possible to know from the inside what it's like to be someone you're not. I said, "For what purpose?" He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Because people are not very good at understanding what other people are experiencing. We tend to assume that what we experience is what they experience. The literature is a practice in not doing that, in assuming instead that the other person's interior experience is as complete and specific and particular as your own, and that it might be very different." I said, "And the humans believe this produces what effect?" He said, "A slightly less lonely species, ideally." I recorded that exchange and returned to the assessment texts. I was in month 10 of a 2-month assignment. I sat with what Professor Karami had said, a slightly less lonely species, ideally, and I thought about the 400 pages of reading notes I had accumulated, which were not part of the formal assessment and which I had not mentioned to anyone. The notes were not threat classifications. They were responses, things I had noticed. Things I had, this is the accurate word, felt, in the course of reading texts, that were designed to produce interior access to experiences not my own. I had read an elderly man losing his memory, and I had felt what I understood him to feel, not as an observer but as the text intended, from inside it. I had read a child in wartime. I had read a person who loved someone they could not reach. I had read a person who was dying and was not afraid and was also very afraid, and the text held both simultaneously without resolving them, because that is what it is like from inside, and the humans knew this, and they had built a technical apparatus to transmit the knowledge, and I had received it. I had been, for 10 months, in an extended conversation with approximately 2,000 humans who were no longer alive. I thought about the word lonely, and what it implied about the humans that they had spent centuries building machines to be less of it.
The problem.
The formal category is negligible threat. The actual category does not exist yet. The central problem of the assessment was this: the human literary corpus did not fit the threat category parameters in any of the ways I had been trained to recognize. It was not ideologically hostile in the direct sense. It did not argue for the overthrow of governing structures. It did not contain tactical information useful to organized resistance. It did not present the hegemony specifically as an enemy. What it did, consistently and deliberately, and with a level of technical sophistication I had not expected from a species we had spent 3 years at war with, was cultivate in its readers the capacity to experience the interior life of another person as real, specific, and as significant as their own. This is not a threat category. It is something worse, from a strategic perspective, than most things I would classify as a threat. A population that has spent centuries practicing the experience of other minds from the inside, that has built a technical apparatus for it, that considers it one of their primary art forms, that produces thousands of texts per year doing it, is a population with a specific and cultivated form of resistance to the logic on which governance by external authority depends. You cannot tell a person that the population they are governing does not experience itself as human, when that person has spent their life reading literature designed to make the experience of being human from inside, in full particular detail, undeniable. I could not write this in the threat assessment. I wrote it in my notes. By month 13, I was no longer doing threat assessment work in any conventional sense. I was reading. I had read the corpus twice. I had spent 3 additional months reading the secondary material, the human's own criticism of their own literature, which was itself a literary form, which was itself doing the same thing, which was humans arguing about how other humans had tried to render interior experience, and whether they had succeeded, and what success would mean. I had read a critic who said, "The purpose of literature is to make you understand that the stranger across from you has a complete inner world, and to make this understanding feel urgent rather than abstract." I had read another critic who said, "All literature is the attempt of one consciousness to reach another, and the measure of its success is whether, at the end, the reader feels less alone." I had read a novelist who said, in a letter quoted in a critical essay, that she wrote because she wanted to put a window in the wall between herself and everyone else, that she did not expect to get through the wall. A window was enough. I added 2 months of notes. I requested a final extension.
The filing.
3 pages of formal assessment. 400 pages of everything else. Cultural threat assessment. Human literary corpus confiscated archive. Occupation era collection prepared by Teal Mara, Cultural Integration Division. Grade 7 assessment period. 14-month summary. The human literary corpus under review consisted of 1,984 texts across multiple formats. Review was conducted in full. The following threat classifications were assigned: texts containing direct ideological content hostile to governance structures, 41. Threat classification: elevated secondary review recommended before cultural exchange inclusion. Texts containing content potentially usable for resistance motivation or propaganda, 27. Note: this category overlaps significantly with the previous. Threat classification: moderate to elevated, review recommended. Texts containing no direct ideological content but warranting monitoring for cultural influence, 114. Threat classification: low to moderate, no immediate action required. Texts classified as negligible threat, no ideological content, no counter-propaganda utility, 1,802. Total corpus threat classification: within manageable parameters. The human literary archive does not, as a body, constitute an acute threat to hegemony governance objectives. This assessment is complete. This assessment does not contain the following. It does not contain my reading notes. They total 412 pages and are designated as personal research, separate from the formal assessment. I have not been asked to submit them, and I have not offered to. It does not contain my conclusions regarding the nature and purpose of the human literary apparatus. Specifically, the deliberate cultivation of interior access as a social technology, because these conclusions do not fit any available threat category and would therefore have no appropriate location in the formal report. It does not contain my assessment of what it means, strategically and otherwise, that the humans have been manufacturing this form of access for several hundred years at minimum, and that the corpus I reviewed represents only a fraction of the total output, and that the production has not stopped. It does not contain anything I felt during 14 months of reading, which would have been inappropriate to include regardless, and which I am not certain I could express in terms available to a formal assessment. What it contains is accurate. What it omits is also accurate. The assessment is what I was assigned to produce. I have produced it.
The request.
She submits the report. Then she submits something else. Concurrent with the final assessment submission, I submitted a personnel reassignment request to my division director. I requested assignment to the Cultural Exchange Program, specifically to the Literary Exchange Subcommittee, which was responsible for reviewing human texts for inclusion in hegemony cultural exchange initiatives. My director, Vethorain, called me to ask about the request. He said the exchange subcommittee is a 2-year commitment. You have grade 7 clearance. You could be doing strategic assessment work. I said, I am aware. He said, the subcommittee work is essentially librarian work. Cataloging, classification for public distribution. I said, yes. He said, you spent 14 months on this assessment. I would have thought you'd want a break from the human material. I said, I don't want a break from it. He was quiet for a moment. He said, why do you want to work on the exchange subcommittee? I said, because the text should be distributed. He said, that's a curatorial judgment, not a reason for requesting a personnel reassignment. I said, the texts are the human attempt to put a window in the wall between themselves and everyone else. That is what their literature is. That is what it has been for several hundred years. They built an entire technical apparatus for it. They have been doing it consistently across that entire period, without knowing whether it would reach anyone outside their own species. Vethorain did not say anything. I said, I want to be part of answering that question for them. I said this, and then regretted briefly that I had said it in those terms, because it was not phrased in a way that would appear in any assessment or policy document. It was not a professional statement. It was not a threat classification or a strategic recommendation or an institutional justification. It was, as far as I can determine, the only completely accurate thing I said during the entire 14 months. Vethorain said, I'll approve the transfer. He did not ask me anything else. I began work on the exchange subcommittee the following month. I brought the 400 pages of notes with me.
The honor guard.
The briefing she receives her instructions. They are clear. She follows them exactly. My designation is Keth Sar, Military Cultural Liaison Division, Grade 5. I have represented the hegemony at 14 formal diplomatic and ceremonial events since my assignment to the Liaison Division 9 years ago. I have attended the formal proceedings of 6 integrated species, including 3 memorial events. I have never been required to participate beyond presence. I have always known exactly what was expected of me. The assignment brief for the joint memorial ceremony was precise. Attend as formal representative of the hegemony military authority. Stand in the designated position during all elements of the ceremony. Do not speak unless addressed. Do not interact with human attendees beyond formal acknowledgement. Maintain appropriate gravity throughout. Return and file a field report within 48 hours. The brief noted that the ceremony would include elements described as music, speeches, and an extended period of silence. It noted that human memorial proceedings were known to involve heightened emotional expression, and that I should not be alarmed by this. It noted that the purpose of the ceremony, from the hegemony's perspective, was the political value of visible presence at a post-war diplomatic occasion, and that no further engagement was required. I was in the ceremony for 4 hours. The field report I filed described the ceremony as attended, the hegemony's presence as visible, and the event as completed without diplomatic incident. This is also the field report I did not file. I arrived at the memorial site, a flat open ground on the border of a formerly contested territory, chosen, I was told, because both sides had dead there, the morning before the ceremony to review the logistics. The site had been prepared with care, a central area of cleared ground, bordered by rows of what humans use at memorials, small lights placed at intervals not bright, low, and even, a raised platform at one end, a space that had been left deliberately empty between the platform and the first rows of attendees. On the far edge, 2 sections of standing space, one designated for hegemony representatives, one for human military representatives, facing each other across the empty space. A human liaison officer walked me through the schedule. She was professional and polite and explained everything in the specific tone of someone who had done this many times before and understood that the person being briefed might find parts of it unusual. She said, "The ceremony has 3 parts: the music portion, the speeches, and the silence period. The silence period will last approximately 30 minutes. During that time, everyone stands. No one moves or speaks. Then there is a closing and the ceremony is complete." I said, 30 minutes. She said, "Yes." I said, "Is this standard?" She said, "For us, yes." I noted the logistics and returned to my accommodation. I reviewed my training materials on human memorial practices. My training materials described them as elaborate, emotionally demonstrative, and of significant political value to human populations. They did not prepare me for what standing in that space for 4 hours would be like.
The ceremony.
4 hours. Music, speeches, and then the silence. The ceremony began at the designated hour with what I would classify as a musical portion, though classification proved difficult in practice. I had expected processional music of the kind used at hegemony formal proceedings, structured, tonal, architecturally predictable, intended to create the appropriate formal atmosphere for those in attendance. The hegemony uses music at ceremonies the way it uses architecture, to establish the register of the occasion. The humans used music differently. There were 3 musicians, one with a stringed instrument, one with a wind instrument, and one human who sang. They played a piece I could not identify and did not have a reference for in my briefing materials. The music was slow and did not resolve in the way structured tonal music resolves. It moved through patterns and returned to them and then departed again, and the voice of the singer was not performing in the way I understand performance. It was not projecting toward the audience. It was not shaped for the crowd. It was directed somewhere else. I could not determine where. I stood in my designated position and listened and tried to identify the mechanism. The mechanism was not available. After approximately 10 minutes, I noticed that the human military representatives standing in the rows across from me were not observing the music in the way I had expected. They were not watching the musicians. Many of them were looking at the empty space. Some of them were looking at the ground. A few of them were not looking at anything I could see. The music continued. I am trained in the analysis of symbolic communication. It is one of the core competencies of military cultural liaison work. I understand that ceremonies communicate meaning through symbolic content, and that the symbolic content of military ceremonies in particular is designed to convey specific messages to specific audiences. The music at the joint memorial was not communicating toward its audience. It took me approximately 20 minutes to understand this with sufficient clarity to examine it. The music was addressed to the dead, not metaphorically, in the way that ceremony is sometimes said to be addressed to the dead as a rhetorical convention. The music was structured in its quietness, in the direction of the singer's voice, in the particular quality of its incompletion, as if it were being played for people who could not hear it. The audience was incidental. The musicians were not performing for the assembled living. They were doing something for the assembled absent. I had been briefed that honoring the enemy dead was a human practice that should be understood as a form of political messaging, an attempt to signal moral seriousness, to manage the narrative of the war, to position the human side favorably in the post-war diplomatic context. Standing there, I could not make the music fit that frame. The music did not feel like political messaging. It felt like grief.
The names.
The speeches, then the reading. She was not told there would be hegemony names. The speeches lasted approximately 40 minutes. There were 4 speakers. I will not record them in full here. The full recordings are available through the liaison office and were appended to the formal field report. I will note what I had not anticipated. The speeches were not propaganda in the form I had been trained to recognize. They were not arguments for the human side. They did not present the war as a human victory or the hegemony as an adversary who had been rightfully defeated. They did not use the occasion to make political claims. They talked about the dead, specifically, not generally. They talked about specific people. A speaker who had been a military commander talked about members of her unit by name, what they had been before the war, what she remembered about them, something small and specific that each of them had done or said that she had not forgotten. She did not read from notes. She was speaking from memory, and several of the names she said, she held for a moment before moving to the next. I had been briefed that this was a human memorial convention, and that it was expected and not significant. I was incorrect to accept that briefing. Following the speeches, a human official stepped to the platform with a document. He said, "We will read the names." He began to read. The first names he read were human names. There were many of them. He read them at a pace that allowed each one to exist for a moment before the next, not rushed, not performed, simply named. After approximately 15 minutes, he reached a point in the document and said, "And those of the hegemony who also did not return." And he read hegemony names. I had not been told this would happen. The names were in translation, imperfect, rendered in human phonetic approximation, which meant they were slightly wrong in the specific way that a name mispronounced by someone who is genuinely trying is slightly wrong. Not dismissive, attempting. He read the names of hegemony dead at the same pace he had read the human dead. Each name held for a moment before the next. I stood in my designated position, and I did not know what my face was doing. I knew what I had been trained to feel about this. The honor of the enemy dead is a propaganda exercise. The inclusion of hegemony names is an attempt to position the human side as morally superior, as magnanimous in victory, as a political signal to the watching post-war diplomatic community. I stood there and listened to the names, and I could not make them sound like a propaganda exercise. They sounded like names.
The silence.
30 minutes, everyone stands completely still. The reading of names ended. The human official stepped back from the platform. A brief pause, then silence. Not the silence of a transition between elements. The silence the schedule had described, the silence period, 30 minutes approximately. Everyone stands. I had been told what to do. I stood. I had been given a framework for what the silence was. I held the framework. The silence period was a human convention for performing collective mourning, a theatrical gesture, a display of unity, a political signal of shared grief that was not actually shared because the grief was human grief for human dead, and any display of including hegemony dead was positioning, not feeling. This framework was available to me for approximately 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, I began to notice the quality of what was around me. 2,000 humans were standing in complete stillness. I have been in crowds before. I have stood in formal proceedings before. I have occupied the same space as large numbers of people before. I know what crowds feel like. There is noise, movement, the ambient physical presence of bodies occupying space. 2,000 humans standing in complete silence for 30 minutes does not feel like a crowd. It feels like a weight, not oppressive, I am searching for the correct word and weight is the closest I can find. A collective gravity. The presence of 2,000 people who were not performing grief or demonstrating unity or sending a diplomatic signal, but who were simply and without artifice present with the fact of who was not there. I have been trained that this is what the silence is supposed to feel like. I have been trained that this feeling is manufactured, that the silence is a mechanism for producing a specific emotional state in observers, and that the mechanism works because humans are susceptible to it, and that my training exists precisely to prevent me from being susceptible in the way they intend. My training did not account for the fact that standing in that silence for 30 minutes would not feel like being subjected to a mechanism. It would feel like being in the presence of something real. I stood in the silence for 30 minutes, and I understood something I had not understood before. The hegemony position on honoring the enemy dead is that it is weakness, that it is a failure of resolve, that to grieve the enemy is to blur the distinction between your people and theirs, to undermine the moral clarity that sustained the war, to suggest that the deaths of those who fought against you had value equivalent to the deaths of your own. The hegemony position is that this blurring is dangerous, that it produces the conditions for doubt, and doubt produces the conditions for restraint, and restraint is a tactical disadvantage. Standing in the silence, I thought about this position. I thought about the hegemony names read at the same pace as the human names. I thought about the musician who was not performing for the audience but for the absent. I thought about the commander who had held the names of her dead before moving to the next. The hegemony position on honoring the enemy dead is that it is weakness. Standing in the silence with 2,000 humans who were not performing, I thought about what it would mean if the hegemony position was wrong. Not wrong in the sense of being strategically incorrect, wrong in the sense of having mistaken what strength was. I stood in that silence for 30 minutes and thought about this. I did not reach a conclusion that I was able to express in words. I reached something else.
The report.
The field report is accurate, complete. It describes what happened. Field report, joint memorial ceremony, first annual prepared by Keth Sar, Military Cultural Liaison Division, Grade 5 event duration, 4 hours, 12 minutes summary. The hegemony was represented at the joint memorial ceremony by this officer in the designated capacity. All elements of the assignment brief were fulfilled. Position maintained throughout the ceremony. No unsanctioned communication with human attendees. Appropriate gravity maintained for the duration. The ceremony proceeded as briefed. Musical portion, speech-making, extended silence period, and closing. The event was attended by an estimated 2,000 human participants and a hegemony representation of 7 personnel. The ceremony concluded without diplomatic incident. The hegemony's presence was visible and noted by the Human Organizing Committee, who formally acknowledged it at the closing. Recommendation: hegemony presence at future joint memorial ceremonies should be continued. The political value of visible representation at these events is consistent with post-war diplomatic objectives. This report is complete. The debrief with my section commander, Ural Teth, occurred 2 days after the ceremony. It was brief. He reviewed the report. He said, "Clean, well done, nothing flagged." He asked the standard question at the end of debrief, "Anything else to note from the event?" I said, "No." I said this accurately in the sense that there was nothing I had noted in the formal report. I said it inaccurately in the sense that there was something I had not noted and would not note and could not note because it had occurred in the silence and there was no section of the field report that had a category for it. Ural Teth said, "Good. These events are politically necessary but not comfortable. You managed it well. I said, yes. He closed the debrief. I returned to my office.
What was not filed?
She does not amend her report. She does one small thing instead. The thing I understood in the silence was not a thought I could have before the silence or during the music or while the names were being read. It required the silence to become clear. What I understood was this: the humans were not honoring their enemy dead because it was politically advantageous to do so. They were not including hegemony names in the reading because it would make them appear magnanimous. They were not standing for 30 minutes in collective silence because it produced a useful diplomatic signal. They were doing it because it was the true thing to do. The hegemony position is that honoring the enemy dead blurs the distinction between your people and theirs. The hegemony position is correct that this is what it does. What the hegemony position does not account for is the possibility that the distinction was not as clear as the war required it to be, and that the humans knew this, and that the ceremony was, in part, an acknowledgement of what had been required to maintain the distinction, and what the maintenance had cost. The silence was not theater. The silence was the human standing with the cost of the war and not looking away from it. I had been trained that this was weakness. Standing in it, I understood that it was not weakness. It was something the hegemony's framework for military conduct did not have a word for, because the hegemony's framework for military conduct had not needed a word for it. I did not know what to call it. I returned to my office after the debrief. I did my regular work for the rest of the day. That evening, I accessed the ceremony records, the audio archive, which had been made available to all representatives as a matter of diplomatic protocol. I found the portion of the recording that contained the reading of names. I found the place where the hegemony names began. I listened to the names. They were mispronounced, as I had noted at the ceremony, rendered in the human phonetic approximation of sounds their language did not quite contain. The approximations were imperfect. They were not dismissive. They were the sound of someone trying to say something correctly in a language that did not have the right sounds for it, and doing it anyway because the names needed to be said. I listened to the names of the hegemony dead read by a human voice that did not have the right sounds for them. I did not file a supplementary report. I did not amend my assessment. I sat in my office and I listened to the names, all of them to the end. Then I closed the file. I have not opened it again. I think about it sometimes.
The botanist's field notes.
The standard survey, the assignment, is routine. The surveyor arrives prepared. I have conducted xenobotanical field surveys on 11 planetary assignments prior to this one. The methodology is consistent. You establish a base of operations in a climatically median zone, run preliminary spectroscopic sweeps to identify dominant vegetation classes, then conduct systematic transect sampling from the base outward in a radial pattern. You note commercial viability indicators, growth rate, resource density, soil compatibility with cultivation, toxicological profiles for the relevant consumer populations. For a Category 7 biodiversity zone, which Earth was classified as based on orbital survey data, the standard assessment timeline is 8 to 14 weeks, with a completion report targeting 15 to 25 pages. I arrived on Earth during what the humans call late spring, in the northern temperate band. The hegemony liaison had arranged a field station at the edge of a mixed woodland and grassland transition zone, which was, according to the preliminary data, representative of approximately 30% of Earth's habitable land surface. This was efficient positioning. I set up the equipment. I ran the spectroscopic sweep. I looked at the preliminary results. I noted that the species count estimate was considerably higher than the orbital data had suggested. I recalibrated. I ran the sweep again. The recalibrated estimate was higher still. I made a note: preliminary species density, approximately 2.3 times the projected count from orbital survey. Likely survey artifact, confirm with ground transects. I went out to run the first transect. The first transect ran 4 kilometers through the woodland edge and into the open grassland. I cataloged 47 species in the woodland zone before I had gone 200 meters. This is not unusual for high-diversity transition zones. Edge habitats on most Category 7 worlds produce elevated species counts, particularly among small herbaceous plants competing for light at the canopy margin. I noted the count, recorded specimens, continued. At the 500-meter mark, I realized I had been moving more slowly than planned. Not because the terrain was difficult, because I kept stopping. There was a plant growing at the base of a tree, a small herbaceous thing, perhaps 15 centimeters tall, with leaves shaped in a way that directed water precisely toward the root zone through a series of overlapping channels along each leaf's midrib. I had seen similar strategies on 3 other planets. I had never seen one executed with quite this geometry. I spent 14 minutes measuring the channel angles before I noted in the field log that this represented a particularly elegant implementation of standard water capture morphology, and that I should move on. I moved on. I stopped again at meter 800. A vine had established a root communication network between 6 separate plants that were technically distinct individuals. I could see the genetic markers under the field scope, but were behaving as a coordinated unit in their response to a recent soil disturbance. I spent 22 minutes on this. I reached the end of the first transect 6 hours later. I had planned for 3. I had cataloged 93 species. I wrote in my field notes, Transect 1, 93 species, efficiency below projection. Recalibrate timeline. By the end of the 3rd week, I had revised my completion estimate twice. First to 18 weeks, more than double the original projection, justified by the species density anomaly. Then, after the 3rd transect through the River Valley corridor, to 26 weeks. I sent a status update to the survey division noting the density anomaly and requesting an extension. The division approved without comment. Category 7 assessments had variable timelines, and Earth was understood to be on the complex end of that classification. I did not mention in the status update that I had spent 4 hours in the River Valley watching a water plant, a submerged aquatic species, leaves like translucent green hands, move in a current it was also, simultaneously, modifying. It had arranged itself at an angle that created a slow eddy on one side where it deposited organic material from the main flow. It was farming the current. I had observed analogous behaviors in 3 aquatic species on other worlds, but this one was doing it with a degree of spatial precision I had not previously documented. I have a field notebook, separate from the official survey log, where I record observations I intend to return to for closer analysis later. After 3 weeks on Earth, the notebook was already half full. I had intended to add brief notes for follow-up. The entries were getting longer. By the end of the first month, I had cataloged 3,412 species. The official resource assessment was proceeding correctly. I had commercial viability ratings on approximately 800 species, toxicological profiles on 400, cultivation compatibility assessments on 220. The 15-page report was taking shape, a standard catalog, organized by vegetation class and geographic zone, with summary tables. The personal field notes were 340 pages. I looked at this disparity and did not know what to make of it. The official assessment was accurate. I had not included any extraneous material in the resource report, only what was relevant to the survey division's mandate. The personal notes were observations I had not included, things I found interesting, things I did not have a category for, things I kept returning to. On day 43, I had written a 4-page entry about a single tree, a large deciduous species near the northeastern boundary of my base survey zone. I had measured it, taken samples, established its age at approximately 340 years, and then I had kept writing about the 17 other species that were living in and around it, about the fungal network extending from its roots, about the insect species I had observed over the course of 3 visits, about the hollow in its trunk that housed something, a small mammal, I thought, that I had not yet succeeded in identifying. I had visited that tree 11 times. It was not commercially significant. Its timber value was ordinary. Its pharmaceutical profile was unremarkable. I had 11 pages of notes on it, and I was not sure I was finished.
The abundance problem.
The catalog grows, the categories do not. I completed the official resource assessment on day 117, 15 pages as specified. Commercial viability ratings for 1,206 species across 12 vegetation classes, toxicological profiles, agricultural compatibility matrix, recommended development zones. I reviewed it once, corrected 2 minor formatting inconsistencies, and submitted it to the survey division. It was accurate. It was thorough by the standards of the mandate. It contained everything the division had asked me to find. I did not leave. I filed a supplemental work order, extended field documentation for expanded species catalog, estimated additional collection period, 8 weeks. The division approved this. Extended catalogs sometimes yield commercially valuable edge case species. 8 weeks of one senior surveyor's time was not a significant cost. I had, by that date, cataloged 11,407 species. I had documented, in my personal field notes, perhaps 600 of them in any detail beyond the standard assessment metrics. That evening, I sat at the field station and read back through the personal notes. I had written, at some point in month 2, a 4-page entry about a single tree, the same tree I had visited 11 times, and then I had kept writing about the others, about a lichen pear on a summit boulder, one perhaps 40 years old, one perhaps 400 growing together, about the root networks in the old growth sections, which were not networks in the simple sense but something more like archived conversations in chemical and electrical signals, older than anything I had an instrument to date precisely. I had visited that lichen pear 4 times. I had, each time, stood there longer than I intended. I started, around this time, trying to name what I was experiencing. The hegemony word I kept reaching for was abundance. Earth had an abundance of species, more than I had cataloged on any previous assignment, more than the orbital projections had suggested, more than the standard framework for a Category 7 world predicted. This was technically accurate, but when I used that word in my personal notes, it felt wrong in a way I could not articulate. Abundance in hegemony terminology is a quantity word. It means more than expected. It is neutral. You can have an abundance of toxins, an abundance of barren substrate, an abundance of commercially unviable species. Abundance is a number. What I was trying to describe was something else. I was trying to describe the tree with 17 co-inhabitants and the fungal network and the mammal in the hollow. I was trying to describe the water plant farming the river current with geometric precision. I was trying to describe the lichen pair, 40 years, 400 years growing together on the boulder. I was trying to describe a quality that those things had in common, which was not simply that there were a lot of them, but that each one was. I kept writing the word complete and then deleting it because it was not quite right either. Each one seemed to be entirely what it was, not optimized toward a single function, not specialized away from complexity, just exactly, specifically, irreducibly itself. I did not have a word for this. I kept looking. In the 7th month, I attended a regional botanical research conference at a human university. As part of the cultural exchange protocols the hegemony liaison had established. I met a human botanist there named Dr. Miriam Solis, who studied what the humans called plant community ecology, the ways in which plant species organized into communities and influenced each other's development. She was warm and specific in the way that expert humans tend to be, and she became interested in my survey when she learned how many species I had cataloged. She asked which zones I had found most interesting. I told her about the river valley, the water plant and the current, the fungal networks in the old-growth sections, the edge habitat densities. She nodded through all of it with the expression of someone hearing things they know well. She said, "Have you gotten to the old forest preserves yet? The ones in the mountain corridors?" I said I had not. She said, "You should. It takes longer. Everything takes longer in there. But they'll—" and then she paused, looking for a word, and said, "They'll show you what the system looks like when it's been running undisturbed for a very long time." I went to the mountain corridor preserves in the 8th month. I stayed for 3 weeks. I filed for another extension. The mountain corridor preserves were 4,000 to 6,000 years old in the deepest sections. I have surveyed old-growth ecosystems on 4 other planets. Age alone does not explain what I found in the mountain preserves. Age produces complexity, layering, specialization, the accumulation of interdependencies. The preserves had all of that. They also had something harder to quantify. I spent 2 days in a valley that the human preservation records showed had not been significantly disturbed since the hegemony's preliminary bombardment had stopped short of this region. A navigational accident. According to the post-war records, the valley had been surveyed but not occupied. The valley had 6 distinct vegetation layers from the forest floor to the canopy. Each layer had its own species assemblage, its own microclimate, its own soil chemistry. The layers were not independent. They were in constant, specific conversation with each other through light, moisture, chemistry, and the biological networks that connected them. I spent 2 days trying to map the conversation and gave up because my mapping equipment could not represent enough dimensions simultaneously. In my field notes, I wrote 14 pages about this valley. 12 of the pages were specific observations. 2 of the pages were something else. I wrote, "I keep trying to see the whole thing at once, and the whole thing is too large for that. Not too large physically. Too large in some other way. The word I want is not in my vocabulary." And then, Dr. Solis did not seem to think this was unusual. She seemed to think this was what a forest is.
The last entry.
The report is filed. The field notes are not. I left Earth after 14 months and 7 days. The official extended species catalog contained 318 documented species across all biomass surveyed. It was, my division director told me on review, the most comprehensive single surveyor planetary flora assessment on record for a Category 7 world. She recommended it for inclusion in the Hegemony Xenobotanical Reference Library. I thanked her. The catalog is accurate. It is thorough. It contains, in compressed form, the documented evidence of 14 months of systematic work. It has been reviewed, formatted, and entered into the standard taxonomic database. Other surveyors can access it. Researchers can use the species profiles. The commercial viability assessments are available to whichever development planning bodies wish to consult them. The resource assessment, which was the original mandate, is 15 pages. It was filed on day 117. It covers what the survey division asked me to cover. The extended catalog is a significant scientific document. I am proud of it in the way I am proud of good technical work. I have not submitted the personal supplement. The last entry in the personal supplement reads as follows. I am transcribing it here because the field notebook is already packed. Entry 612. Final day on site. The catalog is complete. 41,000 species, 15 pages of resource assessment, 900 pages of notes I have not submitted and do not know how to submit because they are not about what the survey was for. I have been trying for 14 months to find the right word for what I have been cataloging in these pages. Not the species, I have good words for those. The quality. The thing that made me stop at the water plant, the lichen pear, the tree with the hollow, the valley with 6 vegetation layers, in constant conversation. The closest hegemony word is abundance, but abundance is a quantity word. It means more than expected. What I am trying to describe is not more than expected. It is I keep writing complete, I keep writing irreducible, I keep writing itself. None of them are right. Dr. Solis, when I asked her about this in our last meeting, said, I think you mean alive. I said that was not specific enough. Everything in the catalog was alive. She shook her head. She said, not alive as in biological process, alive as in fully realized, fully expressed, like each thing was doing entirely what it was capable of doing and there was nothing held back. I said, is that what a healthy ecosystem does? She said, that is what we try to protect. I have been thinking about this on the transit home. The hegemony word closest to what she described is abundance, but that is not it. The hegemony word is about quantity. This is about something else. I do not have a category for it. I am going to keep the field notebook.